me?
Okay, I'm trying to stop this music. It delayed a little bit. I thought it was taking a mind or had a mind of its own. Anyway, welcome. Again, I waited all week for this. Our pre-show conversation phenomenon to end it because it's time to start the show, but I don't ever want to end any flow that you have, brother. Whether you're on camera or off camera, it's always historic. It's always relevant. It's always something that you can connect to. It's a beautiful thing. I just want to welcome Sister Queen Diane, who's always here to bring her divine presence. It just makes me feel good. You know, welcome, a real Queen decent Diane. Lady who's here all the time. And I can't give you praises enough. And absolutely, welcome to whoever else is going to eventually come in if you hear this on the recording. But the title is Shut Up and Dribble, Athletics in the Black Court Jester. So, you know, we got the information out there and it's just a matter of you flowing. But tell us how you're feeling this week. You look well.
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, like I told you when I used to sit around, and I want to greet you again, brother, and all the family under the sound of my voice.
Yes.
And you know, it's just something when you think back about things that have happened in your life. I know for me, a lot of times, I don't want to say I block out a lot of things, but I guess I just don't go back and think about it until something triggers it. And that's what happens now for our show every week. Something happens that triggers it. And then I'm like, wow. So today, I guess we can start out with your banner first before we get into the presentation. We'll take our time today.
Yes.
And
the banner was the first thing that hit me when I saw the title and the other visuals that you gave me was that sports today is nothing more than a slave auction. Because even though some players will get a huge amount of money, most of the players get paid well, but it's not life-changing. Now, that's really what it is. And the top players make, it's because we said athletics, but most black folks, they're into the basketball and the baseball and the football, but basketball holds a special passion in every barbershop. So even though we have those that make a lot of money, well, they can't say anything. They can't speak on issues in the community, the black community. They can't speak on world issues. They can't speak about what's going on in Palestine. They can't talk about these things. You see? So they're invisible chains. And it's a trade-off, and they know the deal. You better not say anything on Twitter, X, Facebook, YouTube, because you're going to get that phone call. Now, comparing this to a slave auction block, I made sure they all were holding basketballs to let you know that these are all athletes.
Okay.
It's the modern day, but it's still an auction block. How they try to woo you over with the scouts that come to the colleges, that come to the high schools to try to bring their white women to seduce you. They'll give you a sports car. They'll give you a couple of $100,000 to guarantee that you'll sign with them. But that may seem big to you at that point, but it's a trade-off. So them being on a slave auction block naked or with loincloth shows how they don't have much before they get into these big leagues and how they can willingly walk into slavery, right? So I had to put a hand there with a whip. And the color of the hand doesn't look like the color of the guys who were standing there with the basketballs, because these people who own the teams, who run the game, they're the ones making the real money, and there's no stipulations with them, you see? So I can talk about this for hours, but that's pretty much what it is. It's another slave auction block, and you can easily be replaced with another willing slave if you step out of line, and they'll take you out of that favor. You get an injury, you're out. So the big, They have their little stipulations in the contract. You're not going to keep getting that money if you're not playing for them. So you are a tool. But the general public sees the dollars and see that they're famous when they go to the nightclubs and go to the restaurants, and they want that. And it's very seductive. But many end up broke, you know?
And you know, another thing about that, what people don't realize is those jersey sales. I don't know about the shoes, but the majority of it goes to the team that they were traded from. They may get royalties from it, but the team owns the brand, right?
Right.
So whatever the contract is with Nike or any of these other, sports companies or sports media companies, they eat off of them even long after they're gone. And like you said, a lot of these brothers end up in a bad way. But there's no cavalry coming to save them.
That's right. You're right about that.
Is there anything else you want to point out about that?
Well, I can go on for days, but
yeah,
the thing is, this is an organized situation, but the dynamics of it is no different than slavery. And some people would say, oh, how could you say that? They're getting paid well. But see, we live in a society where we trade off time
We're going to talk
for
about
money. And here you're trading off freedom for, a couple of dollars. Now, say you get $2 million. Most people, if you gave them $2 million right now, which we know that these guys get 50 million, 100 million, but it's not everybody. But say you get $2 million at the bottom end. You had stretched out your whole live well off of that if you're wise. If you get excited and think that you're going to be rich forever, right? You're no different than a person in the hood that got their tax returns back and they think they can buy up the whole store, and the Koreans and the Indians and everybody else gets the money because you want to push your chest out for a weekend. So it's not really a fair trade-off because we don't have any of us in position of ownership like that. I don't know sports that way. I follow boxing and bodybuilding, and that's it.
Right.
But as much of us are on the field playing in all of these sports, baseball, football, basketball, the major ones, very few of us are benefiting because most of these men who are up in the sky seats and the way up looking down and everything, just like a slave master, they could be old as anything, can hardly get up there to those seats, but they own everything.
That's true. A lot of these basketball injuries and football, some baseball injuries, when you get older, you feel the pain. And so, well, yeah, brother, you hit it right on the head because that auction block analogy, and I thought back about even when you look at the Hall of Fame speeches and you listen to these guys talk about their lives growing up and, the different things that they had to overcome and from all the areas they came from. And I thought about, okay, so they can uproot them from their families, right?
See that?
Just like during slavery time, you didn't have any input into where your own children were going.
Exactly.
Huh?
I said, exactly. That's so true.
Yeah, you didn't have any. So if an owner says, well, we're going to trade you, they're not having discussions with you about it. They're talking to the other owners of the teams they're trying to trade you to. So
it's already been decided.
It's like big leasing.
That's right. It's already been decided.
It's already been decided. And if you buck against that, you're going to be out. That gives them, just like they did during sharecropping, you're still in debt this year because you didn't have enough harvest to pay for the amount of seeds, the tools I gave you, the little shack you living in. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And they perpetuated this for 150 years. And we all know that they're coming at our kids now as young as, I saw this 13-year-old boy now, they're calling the next Kyrie Irving.
Oh, wow.
And this is all planned because, again, we're going to deep dive into it today.
Yes.
I just want to start out by, I was telling you off camera how I really came across this subject. One day, I just was on my walk. I didn't work that day. And, it was getting kind of dark. So, I cut it down from 5 miles to like 3 miles. And I sat down at a spot, and I looked up at the TV, and it was a game on. And the guy who was playing, he was playing for some kind of pro team overseas. Name was Lamont Jackson. Now, but this wasn't the Lamont Jackson that I coached, right? That was on my JV team. However, the name kind of jolted me. So when I got home that night, I went through a box I hadn't opened probably in 10 years. And first thing I see is my old stat book that my statistician used to keep for me when I was a JV head coach at Antioch High. And I'm looking here, and I see Damani Jackson. Damani Jackson, that's his name. And I'm like, wow, okay. And then I looked at Justin Rodriguez, and I looked at Jarrell Brody. And I thought about these guys. I hadn't thought about these guys in a long, long time. And then it took me back to, my beginning, how I got involved in sports. What was the impetus? Because our young men are still facing this every day. But back during that time, you really only had a couple of choices: athletics or the military, which a lot of guys chose to go into the military, right? But one of the things that I had to live with was the reality of my family and the sports legacy that they left. And people have heard me talk about, of course, my cousin Joe, but I've never mentioned my 3 older brothers who were really my biggest inspiration during that time. And so I decided to, like I was telling you, to take a minute just to talk about them real quick before we get into our presentation today. And why it's important for me to talk about them,
most definitely,
is because for many years, I can't believe I'm admitting this, but I resented a couple of my older brothers. Not that I didn't love them, I resented the pressure that I had to live under because of them. And one of my brothers, the one that coached with the Knicks that I played for in college, we're going to talk about him and show some pictures. But so I started I never thought about this before. I started thinking about, my brothers, the impact they had on my life. But one of the things that I didn't like the public pressure. And then I thought about, okay, so I got to a point, my junior year in high school, I think it was, because I didn't even want to read the papers anymore after we played a game the night before. Because the first thing they say is Nat and Saul's little brother. And I can't tell you how much that affected me. And I literally can remember how angry I was. I was like, well, they didn't play, I played this game. But I eventually got to understand the social dynamic involved with what my brothers had to go through and how they actually paved the way, for me, and not just me, for a lot of people. So I'm going to start out with my brother Solomon. I'm going to go through this real quick, Lance. The other thing that—
take your time, brother.
Okay, the other thing that struck me was the Georgia to New York connection, literally. And I started thinking about way back when my father's sister that moved to Harlem way back in the early 1920s. And this is stuff I never thought about before. That's how my oldest brother ended up there. But anyway, Solomon Frazier, 80 years old, Co-op City, Bronx, New York, passed away Wednesday, June 14, 2017, at Bronx Lebanon Hospital, Bronx, New York. I know you know all of these places I'm naming.
Yes.
Solomon was born February 3rd, 1937 in Beaufort County, South Carolina. He was the son of the late Bishop and Diana Frazier, school basketball coach. Saul lived his childhood in Beaufort in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Thereafter, his family moved to Savannah, Georgia, where he attended West Broad Street Elementary School, College Junior High School, and Beach High School. He graduated from Pace University of New York with 2 master's degrees in science and education and supervision and administration. He graduated from Tuskegee Institute, where he was a star basketball player during the 1955-1960 years. And he was inducted into the Tuskegee Athletic Hall of Fame in 2023. Yeah, my brother Saul, I wasn't that close to my older brothers, but he was someone I always admire as well. And he was somebody that always say, look, life is tough, but it's easier when you have someone that's paving the way for you in front of you. And
let me just say, brother, your screen is black, but I can hear you completely clear. I don't know if you touched the phone or... No. Don't worry about it. I don't know if it's something that you can control.
Yeah, I don't think so. I didn't touch the screen, actually.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
Yeah, so you know what's
keep talking.
Okay, so I'm going to run through this real quick. But the reason why I wanted to bring up my brother Saul is because he did a lot of things that, again, if he was a white man, he would be somebody that would be looked at as an iconic individual.
No
and
doubt.
This is why we're going to talk about Ralph Ellison's book, Invisible Man, today as well. But Saul was an instructor at Hampton Institute in Virginia, 1975. He loved children and taught in the New York City public system for 35 years. He was head basketball coach at Walton High School in the Bronx, where he led his team to a PSAL high school basketball championship in 1993. He was also voted most outstanding coach. Saul worked as a supervising teacher at the Bronx Community Center, a youth counselor at New York City Social Service Agency, and counselor at Children's Center in Bedford Hills, New York. And I'll never forget when we were so proud of him during that time because Stephon Marbury, they beat them. And, even back then, Stephon Marbury was projected to go to the NBA. So, yeah, my brother Saul, just shout out to him. He was always an inspiration in my life. And he never criticized something, or other than my other brother I'm going to talk about, the coach that I played for. He never criticized me about anything. But the fact was that, let me pull this up, Lance. The fact was that he always said to me that you have to go out in life and you have to pave your own way. And if you don't, then there are always going to be people trying to block you. Here we go. So this is my brother Al. He recently passed. This one will be a little quicker. And
take your time, brother. No rush. This is history. This is important.
Yeah, and if there's a reason why, because now, since I'm with this metamorphosis, things that I buried, because black men are taught to bury pain. Can't show any emotion. Can't show, that something hurts you. Whatever it is.
True.
So the thing is it reminds me that you have an obligation, because so many of our people the work that our ancestors have done, they feel like we don't owe we don't have an obligation to them, which is absolutely untrue.
That's right.
This brother though was closer to age with me. Um, James Alpheus Frazier, known as Al, was born March 21st, 1951 in Savannah, Georgia. He attended Groves High School, where his passion for sports, like his older brothers, thrived. During his time at Groves High School, he achieved excellence in football and basketball, but it was in baseball that he truly excelled. This led to him being awarded an athletic scholarship at the esteemed Tuskegee University in Alabama, where he showcased his skill as a first baseman. Now, this is a brother I told you that never said anything bad about anybody. He was very quiet. He had a very quiet confidence about him. But he was a three-star athlete in high school. Subsequently, Al transferred to Morgan State University in Baltimore, where he obtained both his BA and MA in English literature. After his academic journey, he assumed the role of head basketball coach at DeWitt Clinton High School in the Bronx,
Yep.
New York.
I know that high school.
Yeah. When I used to go up to see him when I was living in Jamaica, Queens, he lived in Mount Vernon. And that's what a lot of people don't know. Denzel Washington was a great high school basketball player in Mount Vernon.
I didn't know that.
Part, we used to go up there in the summertime. I would take my oldest son and Ray Williams, who actually played on that Knicks team that my brother coached. They used his brother Gus, who was an all-star in the NBA and an NBA champion, that played with Marvin Webster, the greatest player in Morgan State history, who also played for the New York Knicks. He was like, when I first met him, he just immediately when he saw me, he was like, Coach Frazier. Because I look a lot like my brother, right? And I was like, yeah, man. And he just grabbed me, he was like, what you doing up here? And I told him, I said, my brother Al lives up here in Mount Vernon. It was New Rochelle. That's where he lived. And
yes.
And so finally about my brother Al, he coached at DeWitt Clinton High School, and Al was responsible for 3 or 4 of the guys going to the National Baseball League.
Wow.
Yeah, and he was, like I said, he was a guy that was very quiet. He didn't talk very much, but when he said something, that it was like E.F. Hutton, everybody listened. And when I got here in California, a guy from New York, Walt, he worked for the same company I worked for, and they sent us to Southern California to start the solar division for the company we worked for. And he went to DeWitt Clinton High School, and he knew my brother, and it was amazing. I was like, wow. And so, yeah, so my brother here, oh yeah, and Al ended up, before he died, he went back, taught at Morgan for about 5 or 6 years as an English professor. But this brother right here that I'm getting ready to talk about, I want to put his picture up, Lance, or either one you can start out with.
Is it this one here?
Yeah, that's a good one right there. Because I'm going to take a couple minutes to explain this because
good time, brother.
Okay, this was the brother that I had to live in his shadow. He in high school, they won 2 state championships. He was always the #1 player, did the same thing at Tuskegee. He's in the Tuskegee Hall of Fame, the Baltimore Hall of Fame. And my brother, when you hear the things that he did, it's going to be like, why do I not know more about this remarkable human being? And like I was telling you off camera, Lance, me and my brother fought every day in practice because he was hard on me. And back then, that's how it was. The coaches was hard on you, but he was extra hard on me. And but anyway, So when I went to his funeral in Baltimore at Morgan in 2018, some of my teammates I hadn't seen for decades. And so one of them, he had this picture on his phone. And I had never seen this picture. And I looked at it, and he looked right at me. He said, "You better tell the world the truth about Coach Frazier." I said, what do you mean? He said, "Coach Frazier is the originator of the triangle offense, but Phil Jackson always got the credit." Now, let me ask you,
Wow.
who do you see teaching that offense to Phil Jackson? Because we ran the same offense at Morgan. I didn't know the name of it was the triangle at that time because we called it the Ohio, the Indiana, the Chicago, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So you tell me how Phil Jackson, a great player, great coach, got a lot of respect for, but it's just not the truth.
Right.
And one of the things that happened to me before I go into this, one of the things that happened to me, again, one of my teammates the night before he died, and it's different when someone knows that they're going to transition and you're having a conversation. He said the same thing. He said, "It's not fair what they did to Coach." I said, "Oh, you talking about the Phil Jackson thing?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "There should be a movie about this." He said, "Why don't you try to do something?" I said, "One day I think I will do something."
Mm-hmm.
And somebody contacted me from the Afro years ago where we're going to read from the story they did about my brother. But the Bulls won. And I used to wonder why I loved the Bulls just like I love the Warriors. Not realizing it was the fact that they ran the same offense and I could identify it. The only difference was we ran with the center at the high post instead of the low post. They would interchange it. So, and then he said to me, he said, "Why do you think the Warriors winning so much?" He said, "Steve Kerr played under Phil Jackson." I had never put the two together.
Wow.
I was like, wow, you're right. That's why the Warriors are running the triangle offense. And so it was the little things like that. I said, you know what? This is the truth. They have erased our history. And I'm going to speak on my brothers today. I may never get another chance to do this, but they deserve, my brother deserved these accolades. But anyway, I'll read his obituary real quick.
Take your time. Take your time, brother.
Okay, this is the last one here, but these three had a profound impact on my life. And I'm also talking about this because, a lot of people don't realize that it's different. These guys are humans. It's different when you grow up with the people that are actually out front. Okay. It's different. Like a lot of people didn't know that Muhammad Ali and Joe were like brothers. But like most brothers, they fought and stuff. But I remember, I was a little boy, but I remember my brothers discussing because they tried to bribe Joe and give him money to turn against Muhammad Ali. And my father said no. He asked my father for advice. Bishop Frazier, what do you think? He said, no, do not do that.
Right.
So
But see, that's something that you also have to share.
Yeah.
Your connection to Joe Frazier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Joe Frazier grew up on that same, but he escaped on that same plantation in Beaufort where my dad and his dad worked as sharecroppers. I call them slaves because it was the same thing.
Right.
Joe escaped and went to Philly when he was 16 and did real well for himself under the conditions he was under. But a lot of people don't know this history. And see, this is what they don't like about black men in the 60s. We know this history. We know this history. That's why they don't like us talking. And the other thing about the fact that when Muhammad Ali, they was on him, and he went to Philly, and Joe gave him $75,000 and took him to New York. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah.
You probably know that, Lance, because you're a connoisseur of boxing.
Yes.
But,
and when they got to New York, They were joking with each other, but they said, "Hey, if we're gonna fight one day, we can't act like being buddy out here.
That's right.
And people see us because they won't buy the fight." So that's why
Exactly.
Ali started aping up. I'm the greatest of all times. I'm gonna beat you. You know, he didn't call him gorilla yet, but he was aping up like because they were seeing like people were saying, "Hey, look, there's Muhammad Ali and there's Joe Frazier."
Okay. And they tried to make it, like they do, like they were villains against each other, and but they was not. And let me tell you, there was a reverence that my brothers had around Ali. I never met him personally, but I knew that he was very, very important because they had a reverence for him, which he was a great man. He didn't care about fiat. He got criticized a lot. All he cared about was helping people. And so, man, that history, a lot, huh?
I didn't say anything.
A lot of our people don't know because they have hid this history. So anyway, so the Afro, back when we had our own newspapers, the Afro in Baltimore and in Washington did this story on that. I thought it was very disturbing. Passionate, courageous, and inspiring are just a few words to describe Nathaniel Nat Frazier, former collegiate and professional basketball coach who passed away on September 22nd at Howard County General Hospital, and he was 84. And, a lot of times if I say, my brother coached in the NBA, people look at me like, I'm an astronaut. Because, not a lot, but, some of our black guys, they made it to the league, but a lot of them unfairly didn't get a chance to coach. And my brother was in a small fraternity of black men in both of these leagues, NBA and NFL. Born in Beaufort, South Carolina, Nat Frazier grew up in the Jim Crow South when sports were seen as a way out for African Americans. As a youth, Frazier played basketball with his friends, and soon his love for the game led him to places he never imagined. Let's see. As a father and coach, Frazier relied on the old school way of doing things to get results. He was not only a great basketball mind and tremendous tactician on the floor, Frazier was a giver of knowledge and opportunity to those who got to know him. Frazier developed into one of college basketball's best recruiters at Delaware State and the University of Illinois. It's another thing that people don't know. My brother was the first black head coach at the University of Illinois in Chicago.
Wow.
He was part of a group of pioneers who integrated coaching staffs throughout the Big Ten Conference before returning to Morgan State from 1986 to 1989, where his coaching legend was made. A lot of people don't know that about my brother as well. He faced a lot because my brother really knew the game of basketball, but there were a lot of white men who was jealous of him. Let's just call it for what it is.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
But they put all them back because my brother had the kind of confidence you had to fight him. Not to hold him back. It's just that simple. So also, certain things I have to leave out because one of my nephews is still in the public light. But Frazier led the Bears to the 1974 NCAA Division II National Championship with the great center Marvin Webster, who I talked about earlier, leading the way and was named National Coach of the Year by the Associated Press. Now, not very many, when the Associated Press name you as a Coach of the Year, that's a big deal, but they downplayed that with my brother. So both of my brothers have been Coaches of the Year wherever they coached. And the reason why I say that, not to brag, but a lot of people will say, well, how are you qualified to talk on this subject? The other thing is I've been a player and a coach myself. So that's why I want people to know I'm qualified to talk on this subject. One of the sad things that happened several years ago, I found out that Marvin died in a room in Oklahoma, in a hotel room by himself. I guess he was living there in his last years. He had some type of debilitating disease. I think it was hepatitis.
Mm-hmm.
And I was sad to hear about that. But my brother was his agent when he got drafted in the NBA. And then one of his sons said, I remember them winning the national championship. I was there with him. The other thing about my brother, he was a pioneer for the WNBA. He took his Morgan State teams on several overseas trips and also traveled to Africa to help spread the game and train coaches in the western part of the continent, in Ghana and Nigeria. Nat also spent a decade of summers coaching overseas in the Venezuelan Special Basketball League, where his Carabobo team won the league title in 1973. That's a picture of him right there when they won the title. Mm-hmm. So following his first, and again, you know, Morgan State was one of the first black university to win the national title, Division II, and they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about that. Following his first tenure at Morgan in 1977, Frazier went to the NBA as an assistant coach for the New York Knicks. You can put that other picture up there because, you know, people say, well, what proof do you have? There it is right there. And I just want to say to my brother, he coached some great players, not just Phil Jackson, but Earl Pearl Monroe, a Hall of Famer. I remember Jim Clemens was a great defensive.
Wow. Let me interject that real quick. When I used to drive for a limousine company back in, 98, that whole year, I had to go pick him up at his house, Earl Pearl Monroe. And it's really? A certain part of Jersey that he lived in. Yeah. And it was a week-long event for Hot 97, the radio station in New York. Okay. And he had to come there. So I picked him up and brought him back more than one time. It was an interesting conversation. Yeah. And the other thing is, he did have an apartment on, I think it was 80-something Street. Okay. On the west side back in the 70s, because my father had a client who was an architect who lived there, and we would see him coming out. But I wasn't really big into basketball, but I knew who he was. I was like, look, there's Earl Pearl. So it was funny how when I picked him up in Jersey, and I told him when I was a kid, I might have been like 12 years old or something like that. I said, I saw him, and he said, yeah, I really did live there. You know, so it's funny how the circle of life goes around. But I mean, I've never been a basketball guy, but that's my little story, right? So to say.
No, a great player, man. Back during that time, these guys lived in the community. Right. And they put a lot back into the community. A lot of the players do today. Look, I'm not here to bash any of these guys. These guys fought hard and put their lives on the line, their bodies on the lines every day. It's unfair when they're attacked by these little petty stuff that happens. They're humans. Right. But two other Hall of Famers was on that team, Bob McAdoo and Spencer Hayward. And Spencer Hayward.
I know those names. I know those names.
Oh, yeah.
For somebody who didn't really follow, because I sucked at basketball. That's the reason why.
Oh, yeah. Because, I mean, most people who that are boxers don't, get themselves involved in, basketball or football, of course, of the skill level of it. But, Spencer Hayward. I remember when Bob McAdoo played for the Washington Bullets, and I was living in D.C. I couldn't get no tickets for the game, and I was hanging out. We were hanging out outside. I had a chick I was dating at the time with me. She said, "I thought you knew somebody that played." I said, "I do." I said, "Well, how are we gonna get in the game?" So I told the guy, one of the security, I was like, "Look, brother, go to Bob McAdoo and tell him that Nat Frazier's little brother is outside and he can't get in the game." She came back 30 minutes later with 2 tickets.
Wow.
Yeah, and I didn't get a chance to see him, but yeah, Spencer Haywood was like one of the first, like Connie Hawkins, Dr. J guys who could pawn the ball and go up in the air and dunk on people like effortless.
Mm.
And so
Wow.
yeah, they you know these guys they generated a lot of money for every city they play in. That's the other thing that's overlooked. And
Mhm.
like I said, Phil Jackson deserved everything, all the accolades he gets. But the fact of the matter is that they erase a lot of the history of our brothers that have put their lives on the line. A few other things about Nat before we get into the presentation.
Mhm.
Following his first tenure at Morgan in 1977, Frazier went to the NBA as an assistant coach for the New York Knicks. He was part of by the way, the greatest player in New York Knicks history, Willis Reed, was a very close friend of my brother, and that's who hired him to be his assistant coach and run the offense. Willis Reed, a great guy. Uh,
Wow.
Assistant coach of the New York Knicks. He was part of the ownership team and the general manager in the groundbreaking Women's Basketball League, the league that would pave the way for what is now the WNBA. That's how I was telling you. My brother was he had a concept. He said, "Look, we got to get women. And we're going to have a professional women's league." He was a visionary one day,
See that?
and they started the WBL, and I remember that. A
Wow.
lot of people don't know that. He also owned a semi-pro team, the Columbia 29ers, in which I tried out for and got cut.
Wow.
And also served briefly at Bowie State as head coach. Frazier developed into one of college basketball's best recruiters. I actually learned a little bit about recruiting myself from him at Delaware
Mhm.
State and the University of Illinois, while becoming part of the group of pioneers who integrated coaches throughout the Big Ten Conference before returning to Morgan State. Now, here's the thing I was talking about, I'm getting ready to end on. When I was talking about a couple of my teammates brought this to my attention, and I had never even thought about it. I knew we ran the triangle offense, but I never thought of it with that name.
Mhm.
So, we were running a lot of the thing, and this is Joe McIver. He was on that championship team. He played for my brother, and he's been the administrator of the athletic department for something like 50 years. But he said we were running a lot of things that the Bulls ran before it became famous. Longtime athletic administrator and member of the 1974 championship team, Joe McIver said to the Afro. The only difference was that Marvin was at the top of the triangle. That's what I was saying. Nat, he fooled defenses because he would put Marvin at the top. You can't see over him. He's 7'1". And so that was another scheme. But most teams, modern day teams, they run them from the low post.
Mhm.
But at Morgan State, Frazier introduced a style of basketball that emphasized intricate offenses and hard-nosed defenses. True. The Bears played a form of the triangle offense that was popularized by Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls of the 1990s, which Phil Jackson was the coach of that team.
Mhm.
It proved to be a winning formula that led the Golden Bears to unprecedented success. And in 7 seasons of the helm of the program, at the helm of the program, Coach Frazier was the 10th winningest coach in Division II history at the time. And I know that there was some, I know that's the reason why I love the Warriors, but I never connected the dots with that. So a couple of my teammates told me. And finally, Frazier was more than a role model to his sons and players, inspiring them to be the best in every way. Each day was a lesson, and some of those lessons was learned from his personal mistakes. Yeah, I can tell you, when I went back and I looked at this, I said, I got to do something about this. I got to talk about this because every time, and we're going to deep dive into this today. Lance, you got, as always, participate, because this is something that the main media, they don't want to discuss. Because and
Right.
the main reason why they don't want to discuss this is because they know that now that we are woke and we know what you're doing and we see what you're doing and we're calling it out, they want to find a way to put a different spin on this. So I want to start out with that picture of the, let's see. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I want to start out with that picture of the brothers standing up there with their fists raised.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. These guys, actually, Lance, you know what? Since
Yeah.
the show is about the Black Jester, let's start out with that picture.
All right. Gotcha.
Yeah, and I'm gonna start out with that. Now let's talk about who the Jester was in medieval times. And the other thing our people have to realize is we live under a feudalism system. They'll tell you we live under a capitalism system, but when you go back and you study this history, which I've done for decades, everything that you see in America is a direct reflection of this society and the way that the class structure existed, with the king, the knights, okay, and then you had the peasants and the serfs. So let's talk about why we say that Black entertainers today are the jesters of today. All right. The court jester's historical role. The court jester was a highly visible individual, so like celebrity status. Okay, he was rewarded through materialism, just like the big mansions and fleet of vehicles we see today. He was socially protected, uh, but he was only socially protected while entertaining. So, in other words, once you left that field or that court and you got in your car, you could be racially profiled and pulled over. I don't care how big your celebrity status is.
Exactly.
And that's still true today.
Hmm.
So, this jester was only important to, people of royalty during that time, so-called royalty, the kings that and the noble people or the billionaires of today. um, he was only useful while he was performing, okay? But once he left that arena, then it was all things were open. Okay? He was treated just like they looked at him, just like they look at us. That's how he was treated.
Yep.
The other thing was he was permitted limited truth telling so long as it did not threaten power. And what do we see today? The same thing. Now, we was talking, Lance, about how these guys have the biggest platforms, but they can't say nothing.
No, they can't.
And I wanna say this. I have a lot of respect for these guys with what they had to go through. Many of them came out of abject poverty, and they had to deal with this pretty much the same level of racism, just in a different way. You smile in your face, but behind your back, they screwing you,
Yeah.
right? A lot of these guys, man, they basically, I don't want to say victim, but they are in the system without any real power. Let me put it to that way. But they had sort of like the labor union, where they had I believe the NBA's union and the NFL union, where they had a spokesperson, usually one of the guys that played in the league, usually all pro status, and pretty much knew how to play the game.
Hmm.
But so the jester's freedom was conditional, not equal, and they existed inside of power, but never possessed it. Now, this cannot be explained any better than what we see today. And in a way, they have power in a material way, okay? But when you
But
look
that
at
only
things,
goes so far.
it only goes it so far. You don't have any power. Real power is when you can affect change. And this is why you can't say that black people are racist, even though a lot we're prejudiced. Some are bigoted. It's a reaction to things, but at the same time, the definition of racism really because you have to include the not just the economic aspect, but the social aspect as well.
Right.
Is that we don't have power to change any of these systems. Systemic.
Exactly.
We don't have that
Exactly.
power. Even the ones that are in Congress.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, because if they could, you wouldn't have people being American citizens being treated this way and nobody say anything that people sent you to Congress to represent them. That's insane.
Well, let me interject that
Yeah.
read between the lines. I don't want to say his name, not
Okay.
because I don't want to say his name, but I don't want to bring any further
Being smart.
attention from the deep
Yeah.
state and the powers
Yeah.
that be. But
Yeah.
you all know on Sunday we do a show, and there's our beloved
Yeah.
professor who is a professor of history, and he's running for Congress, but he's a history
Yes.
professor.
Yeah.
And he was accepted. He told me this yesterday. He was accepted to a pretty big black college, one of the biggest ones. And they gave him the welcome package, the tour. He met people, everything like that.
Uh-huh.
And then immediately after, he received an email or some type of text. I don't think it was a phone call, saying that the office pulled back.
Really?
And because of the way he speaks online, these people, they watch you and you really have no power. See, and the way he teaches history, he doesn't overlook certain things, and a lot of people don't like it, but he's telling the truth.
Yeah.
And this is his walk through his entire life. And I've known him going on, I met him in 2012, and we've been tight ever since. He's come to the house. When I was in Orlando, he used to do shows. He do shows now. He comes on the show every week. But I don't want to say anything. Anybody who's watching this show will run over and try to punish him any other kind of way. He's not punished, but that is a form of, we know what you stand for, so we're going to have you in any position of influence. And even, I want to say on top of that, I made a YouTube short out of one of the shows that we did. And it's when we had the pictures of the lynchings that were put up, okay? And it was you speaking, but YouTube jumped on me quick.
About the picture I showed?
Yeah. But they said here, I titled the short, which is like a minute or two, "The True Origins of Lynching and American Brutality." Metamorphosis on the SCURV podcast. Right? And they say this is community lines, and they removed it and they took it down. But I'll show you. That's not the whole message, but you can see it right there.
Okay.
Yeah. So they took it down. I'm like, look at that. They don't play. Even with me, and this is, I'm not trying to make this about me. I'm just saying that they're always watching. Even with me on Facebook, I got a new phone and I can't get into Facebook. They use it as an excuse because they have a different authentication app. They try to chop you away. So this is why I'm keeping myself narrow and focused, and some of these platforms I'm not going to go back on anymore. They control that. And when they want to corral you, just like we were speaking about the basketball players and how you can't say certain things, and coming back around to this, the court jester, they're good for tap dancing, they're good for entertaining, shucking and jiving, but you can't speak on anything serious, right? And now we fall victim to the manipulation when the powers that be give the court jester entertainers permission to speak on things that they want you to speak on. When they want you to speak on something to influence the masses who follow them, and especially black people, it's a A-OK. So when you see an entertainer speaking about something that's a bit beyond their reach, politically or religion, whatever, then you know they got the A-OK to say or speak on that. See, you can't speak about supporting Palestine, but like Floyd Mayweather, you can go on and say that you support Israel. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And Malcolm X said, how are we following entertainers like they're leaders? Because they're puppets. But I'll shut up on that one. I just had to say that part.
That's an important point. And you know, we see that dynamic. That's part of the global playbook that we know that they have always used for centuries.
Yeah.
And I wanted to say about this uniform, it is a uniform because he had to dress up like this. So when you think of the uniforms that they have to wear, it makes you think about the fact that there has to be something psychologically that they can say, okay, I am the reason why you have to wear this. Okay. Also, entertainment without sovereignty, like you were just saying. Black athletes often occupy a similar structured position. Okay, they have a celebrity status, they have to entertain, but they have no sovereignty to make a decision about what they're going to say. And we're going to get into that when we get into Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man. That's the book I'm recommending today. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that about that brother. But see, when a real man stands up to the system, you're gonna get a gut punch. You know, and I know that personally, like I was saying earlier, how all my life, even after we won the city championship in Savannah, and clearly I should have been the first one on the tournament team. They left me off the tournament team, but my two teammates, the guys I grew up with, said, nah. But then if he's not on the tournament team, then we're not on it. So and the other thing too is they don't like unity. When you are attached, Lance, you remember about 3 years ago when that guy offered me money to stop being on your platform? These people, you remember that?
Yep.
Your power, even in Africa, affects them. So the thing is when you really are walking in this walk right here in your purpose, you gotta just accept you're gonna take the gut punches. And they're not going to you have to make a decision. Just like what people don't realize, I can go right now to certain places and make $100,000 a year. I have a gift to sell. I always had that gift. If I didn't think about being in this fight to educate our people and stay connected with you, I'd say the hell with this. I can go if I was led by fiat, but I wouldn't be a real man. Not for what our ancestors and my own brothers have sacrificed.
Right.
We had to go through. What your parents and your brothers and your whatever has had to go through. We cannot discount this. Okay, but this is what he had to wear whenever he was in their presence, right? Yeah. Here's the other thing. They are the face of leagues. These two major leagues, but not the owners. They generate massive wealth, but control little of the system. Their bodies are central, but their voices are optional. And even black athletes at the elite levels have no real decision-making powers. But only the white ownership, rule-making, media framing individuals have this power. Public admiration does not translate into institutional authority. So in other words, you might be a celebrity, Inja, but that's all you are, and never forget. And like the Jesters, they are indispensable yet replaceable. Okay. They made a big movie, The Replacement Players. The court jester's role is emotional regulation. In other words, you better stay in check. Okay. And they are, black athletes are encouraged to be confident, but not defiant. To be great.
Right. You better not get too confident to where you get defiant, because they're going to remind you where your power came from, or your perceived power.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They let you know real quickly that you can be confident, but you better not cross that line. They can't be defiant.
Like when somebody loans, it's like, okay, you got to where you got, here, give it back.
Oh, yeah,
it's not yours.
It's not
That's
yours
right.
to keep. Somehow they didn't get the memo for that. But they allow you to be passionate while you're playing. But when you're in a press conference, you better be calm and collective. So let's look at the NBA. You know what, Lance? The next picture. Yeah, let's look at the brothers who had their fists up. Yeah. So now this took place. This is a iconic photo, unless you've been living under a rock. This is the 1968 Olympics in Mexico City.
Juan Carlos. Right.
That's right. John Carlos and Tommy Smith, who won gold, and Carlos won bronze during the 200-meter medal ceremony. And they were protesting racial injustice and human rights violation. They raised their fists with a black glove on it during the playing of the national anthem and the Star-Spangled Banner.
I would have done the same thing too. I would right there, my fist up to the same way.
No question. And that, the thing is they were saying, okay, yeah, just like with the Colin Kaepernick situation, how they drove him out of the league for standing up. And they were like, okay, you can do that, but you never really heard any more about, I think John Carlos, I heard about again, but the thing about them is, you're a gold medal recipient for the United States. You better be happy, Negro.
Yep.
Yeah, that's how they look at it.
Know your place.
You better know your place.
That's
so
right.
Let's look at when we said that that they were the face of the leagues. Let's look at this from not just from a social perspective. Now let's look at the social economic aspect of the NBA and their global social economic impact. Let's look at the NBA first. According to racial equality activist Richard Lapchick, the NBA in 2023 was composed of 70.4% black players. So I didn't stutter. That's as of 2023. 17.5% white players, 2.2% Latin players or Latino players, and 0.2% Asian players. 9.7% of players were classified as multiracial. Now, if you can picture this in your mind, the 30 teams generated $12.25 billion, or $408 million per team in revenue during the 24-25 season. So in 2 years, you done made $1 billion. So yeah, I'll give you a $100 million contract. Okay. You might do that with, your 3 top players. But look how much I'm going to. And so this is the same thing that the sharecropping system did for 150 years with our people, right? The inequitable distribution of wealth. Okay. And again, I want to say this because I know our people have been taught by these vampires to always do this, to be in their good graces. I'm not putting any of these guys down. I am happy that these guys have done well in their lives, and I know that they're facing every year. Imagine, unless they're one of these top tier players like Lance was saying earlier, you have to fight for that contract. That's a lot of pressure. These guys don't get enough credit. I'm not here to belittle anybody today. I don't get off like they have taught our people to do on throwing people under the bus, particularly these guys. I mean, you can critique. It's one thing to critique their play, but now you cross the line when you start attacking people's character because you don't know what that person has been exposed to or had to do to deal with that or to get to that point. But back to the NBA, the revenue is projected to hit $14.3 billion during the 25-26 season. Now, the numbers do not reflect the enormous revenue generated globally through jersey and shoe sales annually. Let me say that again. See, that's the part we don't get. Okay? The numbers do not reflect the enormous revenue generated globally through jersey and shoe sales annually. And like we were saying, the team reserves the right to the royalty of those jerseys. Now, I'm not a sports law attorney, so I don't know how that's broken down, but I can guarantee it's not 50-50. Because for a long time, universities were making billions of dollars off our young people, using their brand and everything. So what is the difference between the auction block, them being subject to convict leasing and a lot of them don't find out they're traded. They don't even have enough respect to tell these guys who have put it all on the line for them. Many of them have won championships and made them a whole bunch of money. Their jerseys and shoes, and what they've done in the city. See, they don't talk about this either. You're talking about 70% of black men. The things that they do in these cities where they work, they could say, "Oh, I ain't got to do nothing for the city." What would happen if you took those 70% of players out of this league and they started their own league? See, this is the stuff. And they want to always attack us, but they don't look at what America would not stand economically without. That is a fact. But you can't even I couldn't even find a number, a figure. They ain't gonna put it in there because first of all, they don't want you to know how much money they make off of jersey sales.
Right. Could you imagine?
I can't even imagine. I know it's got to be at least $1 trillion.
And that's global.
Global. Global. It's kids in Africa that wear jerseys and buy the shoes of these players, right? Asia,
yeah, seriously. I see it out here all the time.
Oh, I know. Asia is a huge market for the NBA. So it's unbelievable. Also, not just that, the social impact of the NBA and NFL cannot be measured in dollars and cents. It cannot be. Think about, so black men are role models by default, meaning that unlike other people, we don't get to pick and choose whether or not our kids look up to us. We don't get to do that. You're a natural role model by default, because all black boys and girls want to go to these leagues. All of them do. You're not talking about being no sociologist or no psychologist or a teacher or that. They either want to be a rapper or a pro basketball football player. Now, when you think about that, and I'm not faulting this, but when all of the energy, that's why nobody can tell me nothing, man. You look at our communities, all the money that black men and women have generated in these sports globally. You mean to tell me you can't put a corporation in a predominantly black neighborhood? That's BS, man. And see, like the Jester, a lot of these players, if they was to talk about what we're talking about here and now, they would be like Colin Kaepernick. They would be they would be cut off. I
For
don't care if
real.
you led us to the Super Bowl or not. I don't care how great of a player you have gone off coat, boy.
That's right.
You have. So yeah, just thinking. So let's get into the subject today. Lance, if you want to put up the picture, the book today is from Ralph Ellison. See, that's why I say I'm glad that they are shutting down the Department of Education, and the lies. Because now we can teach the real truth. Brother, when you
Yeah.
go back and look at the work of our ancestors, the real scholars, they have put in the work, okay? But we have taught our kids to be lazy-minded. They don't want to read nothing, and they don't want to take the time to even look at nothing. If it's not Madden or, these games they play, and I'm not faulting them. I'm saying a lot of this, I used to walk around with a mirror, and when they start talking about the kids, I just hold it up and listen. Okay. Because basically you're talking about yourself. Because they're a reflection of you. Well, maybe not you personally, but the children that grew up in the era, in the area you grew up at. You can't get away from that. But our role models, sometimes it was athletes, but for the most part, it was pimps, hustlers, hoes, drug dealers. They were the ones who got the fancy cars,
Black exploitation.
Yes. You remember those old black exploitation movies?
Yes, I do.
I love looking at those movies because again, they remind you, okay, of what we had to endure to get to this point.
Yeah.
So let's go into this. It's a very, very good book that really breaks down at the time. He kind of went, he added a lot of different things to it, but I kind of broke it down into some bullet points. But he was spot on with this book because, for the most part, black men are invisible.
Yeah.
This is why we seek attention so much. They do the same thing when they put us against each other.
So
they use that Willie Lynch mentality. Oh, that ninja is getting more likes than you. Or that ninja is your enemy because he's got more people in his fans club than you. See,
that validation.
Huh?
Yeah. The validation.
The validation.
They're seeking the validation from something external, which is like you trying to hold sand in your hand, but your fingers are open. Like it's not going to work. That's a whole topic right there I can talk about. And it's taking people off of their course of what they really need to be focused on as a righteous tool in this world. That this thing is so intoxicating, social media attention and likes and my following and my this and my this and I am this and look, social proof. But all that can be taken away immediately. I mean, look at me. If I was into that, and I would have just crawled up under a table and cried and never came back.
Absolutely.
It doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's another ploy that they use that came off the plantation is to break your will.
Right.
Because let me tell you something, brother. When you see another man raping your wife in front of you and you can't do nothing, I don't know of anything or no sin, as you like to say. Not you, Lance, but as they have taught our people. I don't know of anything greater, violation.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to have to die that day. But he's going to die with me.
Oh, yeah, you're going to die with me? Oh, yeah. Yep. Or you taking my wife and selling her to another owner somewhere in another city, and I can't say anything about it.
see, that's another thing. Whole families, your
Whole
wife,
family.
you couldn't get a chance to really, you bond, and all of a sudden it's stripped away and you never see them again. And
That's
it's
right.
not like you can communicate with a cell phone, but that would make it better. But you don't know. You don't know the pain, the tears.
And
Children ripped away from parents and all of that.
Yes.
Your little
Traumatic.
girls getting raped. Your little boys getting raped. So I believe we carry a lot of this grief inside of us to this day, passed down.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's passed down through that. I think it's B5 trauma gene. Our genetic memory bank is real.
But we're reminded of it, even if it's the way we move and the energy we moved from the days of slavery, and the society didn't change when slavery ended. You see? So passed down, and I forgot what it was Paul Mooney leading, I think, when he was saying how a lot of black mothers are so protective over their sons when they go out because they know what can happen. Of course, with the daughters also, but the men, the young males, were targets that way. Even though we may not have been in that time of slavery, it's passed down through the gene, and it's passed down through the energy on how we carry on. One more thing real quick. There was a woman who was a passenger on my bus when I drove in Orlando, and she saw some of my writings in a local newspaper. There was a guy who took my stuff, permission, this is a buddy of mine, and he would put some of the articles, some of the articles were kind of harsh, right? And she didn't know it was me, but she realized it was me who was writing these articles. So we used to get in discussions. Very intelligent lady. She was born and raised in Alabama, but then she got scared of being around me after I wrote something in particular. And she explained to me, she says, well, my father taught me, this is a black woman now, my age, the same age, except her birthday was a couple months down. She said, my father taught me, and she sincerely meant this. This is still with her. My father taught me that if I saw a group of white people speaking and I had to speak to one of them, that I couldn't just say, excuse me, when you're done, I'd like to say something. No, I had to stand at least 15 to 20 feet away and just stand there with my head down until one of them had the presence of mind to say, do you want to speak to me? And that's still with her. And we actually had an argument about that. And I'm not looking to argue while I'm driving the bus, I'm in public, but she was reprimanding me on what I wrote, which really wasn't scathing, but the arrogance, I guess, in her mind, for me to write this publicly in a place like Orlando, which is not about Disney. It's still, they have the Klan meetings. I drove through places where they had Klan meetings. So no, I don't accept that. That's not my energy. And wouldn't you believe from that day on, she stopped speaking to me.
Really?
Oh yeah, walked right past me.
I can believe it. Because there are different layers to black men once you make a decision about your purpose. So your circle and your air up here gets smaller. It gets very small. The
You're right about that. Folks get scared to be around you, like you're about to get like somebody's going to shoot you down and they may catch a bullet or something. They just, we can't. You have that out here also.
Oh yeah, like you got that wobber. They try to get away from you, and that's across the board. You find out one day, you look up and you say, "Oh, the people that used to call don't call." You can't even.
It's like you're not even allowed to walk with a confidence that they never gave you. Funny thing, sometimes you see those from the UK and America here in Africa, where I am, for those who don't know. And I'm walking down somewhere, minding my business, and I'm not walking some kind of way like I have a chip on my shoulder. Right. But I will see one of them here, and they look. Okay, case in point, there was a whole busload of them. They had a long light, and there was a bunch of me and some of the brothers. I didn't know them. But the whole bus fixated on looking at me because they figured he's not from here.
Oh yeah.
And so
they know you're American.
Right. So what is he doing here? Because I was dressed very relaxed, and I'm walking where I was going, and all the eyes were there, even the bus driver. It was a tour bus. And so I looked up at him, and I was sarcastic with it, and I winked. Right? I winked at him, like not some tap dancing type thing, but like, yeah, I'm one of those, and I'm here.
Yeah.
And I didn't have a phone call. I got close to the bus when I was crossing the street, and I acted like Mr. Scurv has called me. So I said, "What's up, sweetheart? How you doing?" And I used my New York accent. And their eyes were like, "Oh, he's really, you know." And I said, "I'm coming home soon. I'm only 30 minutes away." So they looked at me like, "He lives here?" And I looked back at them, and they were just like, "Oh."
They were dumbfounded. Because they did a good job really deceiving people in the Kibalon. They did a very good job with that.
Oh, when many who are here see them, it's almost like they're doing this. I hate to.
That's unfortunate.
And you better not violate that white flesh. And they're looking at you like, aren't you going to be subservient in your body movement? Now, that's a whole different show I can talk about.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Oh,
that's
my
unfortunate.
God.
But the thing is, too, that reminds me of that movie, They Live. We got one that can see. You know, when they see you and they know you know them, they know that you can see them. Not that laughing way that they, you know, smile in your face. And you know how they really feel about black men. And so...
oh, no, I don't crack any smiles back at them.
No, I don't either.
It ain't happening.
No.
I give them that look, and I'm looking, you know, well, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Expect me to break out tap dancing.
Now when I'm fundraising, I get, you know, their energy. I'm like, okay. I just look at them and listen to them. We tell them what we're doing, and you know, they tell you a whole bunch of stuff. But the thing that they're curious about, because I always ask them, my line is, are you concerned about what affects black children? You know, do you care about black people? When they walking by, that's what I ask them. And if you do, let me show you what we're doing.
Right.
I'm not afraid to tell you why I'm out here. Okay.
That's right.
We are out here representing organization that's serving the needs of black children. Why should I have to sugarcoat that? But then again, that Jester energy is what they rely on with us. Now, the interesting thing about, were you finished, brother?
Oh yeah, no.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I was done.
I bet when they see, I bet they're terrified when they see you in Ghana.
I was going to say that, but you know.
First of all,
no, for real.
First of all, they're trying to
for
figure
real.
out, huh? They're trying
no,
to
for real. That's the way it is.
You're not on fentanyl. How you get over here? Why you looking so healthy? Okay.
As old as I am, just to rub it in their face.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Right.
Because they're always trying to make us. That's why. A lot of times I don't even look at as much YouTube as I used to, because it's like this energy that they have taught our people. Like, you reveling in the downfall of another black man or another black woman. I don't care what. Now, there are some things I'm like this. Okay, so they deserve what they get, but the system is going to do that. Why is it necessary for you to add something to it?
Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
That's the most asinine. Now, yeah, you can call it out. Say, no, this is bad. You shouldn't be doing this. Look how you've, tricked our people or gotten money from them. You know, a lot of things you talk about. Look at, what you're doing, calling it out. But if you're sitting there and your whole show is about attacking the character of this person, That's not going to make any difference with what, because trust and believe these people are going to make sure that they drive them. I don't care what type of jester status they have. They're going to
Just a
drive
status.
them in the ground. Okay,
Yep.
trust and believe that. So let's talk about Ralph Ellison, Invisible Man. Very good book. I recommend it. A couple of things he talked about. Three. I point out about maybe 5 areas. One was black identity formation. The struggles to construct a coherent sense of self in a society that refuses to truly see him as an individual, but only as a racial stereotype or special function. Okay, that's very, very important right there.
Right.
That's what Frantz Fanon was saying the same thing too as well. So I'm gonna read that real quickly again. Black identity formation. This is why we see so many people that have this problem. A lot of our brothers have this problem. Our sisters seem to fall into this trap too. That we want to identify with this structure and this system that's opposed to us. Struggles to construct a coherent sense of self in a society that refuses to truly see him as a individual, but only as a racial stereotype or a special function, such as the jester, which is an entertainer for the dominant social class.
Yeah.
So, and that dynamic exists in America. And now that other people are experiencing this dynamic, now they can feel black folks. See? And this is the thing. We're not the ones, you should be angry at the ones that run this system. It's not black folks. We don't have this power. And Ralph Ellison was spot on about this. Another thing he talked about was invisibility and social perception. We always learn about what other people's value systems and standards are and how we measure ourselves against that. See, this is where this problem of black identity formation comes from. It's the difference between Yeshua and Caesar Borgia. Okay.
Right.
Which one do you identify the most closely with? I don't care what you've been taught to regurgitate. I'm talking about when you look at the sun, which one do you identify with the most? I don't care what you call yourself, TW. Which one do you identify with in nature? And nature is our greatest teacher. So this is where this problem comes in at. Invisibility and social perception. His invisibility is psychological and social, reflecting systemic racism that renders black identity unseen or invisible or misrecognized, leading to alienation and internal conflict. That's why when I'm looking at a black person, okay, male or female, and I'm still baffled at coons and coonness. I'm baffled. I want to know where because they talk like they grew up in all white neighborhoods. So there's some type of psychological disconnect that has happened to you.
Yes.
How can you get in front of the world and unless you're ignorant? Because no black person in their right mind could do this. But then when you look at Ralph Ellison and how he broke it down, you can kind of see this too as well. So there'll be an alienation. They're alienated from nature first and us, some people, and then they have this internal conflict. I don't know how they can look in the mirror at night. I couldn't do it. I guess you I guess the people who used to practice voodoo, they have blankets over the mirrors in their home.
Yeah.
Okay, so I get salt on the floor. I don't know what to do.
I'll tell you something. You know, when these guys come to do work in your house here, a lot of them don't have cars. A lot of them live far away. And when they come to do a job, a major job, like tiling off a whole house or building a wall or whatever, they will stay at your home. They'll get a cardboard, whatever, lay down, get a mosquito net, couple covers or whatever. They'll cook their food. They'll go into town and get stuff. So that's usually how it works here. I just got a call. These guys not coming tomorrow. They coming Thursday. But one of the guys had a girlfriend. They had a child together. So he asked me, he's like, politely, could she stay here, you know, with me? And there were about 8 other guys in different parts of the house. I said, I have no problem with that. I don't do at night, whatever. But there was a mirror in that particular hallway. When I woke up in the morning, the mirror was covered with a sheet. And it was one of those big walls that leaned up against the wall. They turned it around and still covered it. And I asked them, they felt that is a portal to a different world.
Yeah.
Right? That something can come through that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I know. And it's crazy. I've been around people like that as well. And you got to respect it in the sense that, you know, they are connected spiritually.
Yeah.
Okay. So anything that's a portal, you know, you're going to have to shut you down because I can't stay up all night watching you. That's funny. Oh, man, that's funny.
Yeah.
So a couple other things that he talked about was power, manipulation, and control. So as we know, as we were saying, we can't be practice racism because it's institutionalized through education systems, through employers, political movements, and you're exploited this way. This is shaping his behavior while denying him autonomy. Also, he talked about internalized oppression. Now, this is real deep. He initially accepts the dominant societal values, blaming himself for failures. I can't live up to that. And striving for approval, which only seeks to deepen his psychological fragmentation. Now that was pretty deep because that really explains it in the sense that if you're trying to achieve the standards of someone else's value system, of course you can never do that. When you really look at it, even if you, let's say you achieve, this is why a lot of black people that reach that so-called when they, you know, sold these bag of goods that the grass is green on the other side. And I'm not saying you shouldn't strive to build up something where you have, it's nothing better than you having the luxury of not having to worry about certain things. I'm not saying
right.
Narrow-minded way, this 90-degree way they have taught us to think. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about where your allegiance lies. Okay.
Yes.
So when your allegiance lies to a system that is diametrically opposed to you, and deep down in your chakras, you know this, there's going to be internal conflict. There's going to be a type of fragmentation. I can see that. That's why you see people, like we laugh all the time, like Dave Chappelle explained this perfectly. A black person got to be two people. Because you have to have well, most people at the level have a public and a private self, right? But black people have to go overboard. Because if you don't play that role, Paul Mooney is another one that Richard Pryor used to talk about it.
Yep.
If you don't play that role just right, you're gonna be left. Your black butt gonna be left behind.
It's almost like the young lady who is waiting for a call from a potential employer because she put out applications or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So now when she answers the phone a lot different. And it's one of her girlfriends, and the girlfriend say, "Girl, why are you talking like that?" Well, I'm waiting for this job. You know what I mean? So she's talking different in a way that they may find acceptable. You see what I mean?
Yes. I know exactly what you mean. And that's another thing black folks have to deal with too. That code switching. You have to decide up in your mind. And we'd be lying if we say that all of us don't face this every day. It's just how you do it. Okay, so if you have to compromise your integrity as a person,
right,
you have to turn, because many times they make you make a choice. You're either gonna slam your people, and by slamming them, you're slamming yourself too. This is where the fragmentation aspect of it come in. And accept our way, and this is what happens to the majority of foreigners that come here. Mm-hmm. They have to make this choice too. Now they got a lot of them blacker than me and you put together, but they have to make this decision. I see who has the institutional power, and most of them are not willing to take the head blows and the gut punches that black folks have to take. They're not going to take that, okay?
No.
Now, I'm not saying I have relationships with people from all cultures. I'm just saying they're not going to, they'll open up a business in your neighborhood and you fraternize it or whatever, because let's face it, they run right to the hood. And they have generational wealth off of our people. I don't care how they want to slice and dice it.
Yep.
But if you put Mr. Jamal's soul barbecue restaurant in the middle of their goddamn, excuse my French, neighborhood, you're going to go out of business in less than 30 days. Maybe before that.
Before that. That's right.
Before that, a week. Because you ain't gonna have no customers. They'll drive right past that Mr. Jamal or Mrs. Sequita soul barbecue place, laughing and joking about you.
Right.
Yeah. But then our people, rather than in 2025, where we actually shift gears now, which is great. Oh, yeah? Oh, okay. We invisible? I'm an invisible man. I'm an invisible woman. Okay. Well, let me show you something then. I bet you I ain't invisible now since Target and Walmart and all the rest of these doing this demonology during this season that they they got the nerve to have all these. I went by a CVS during Christmas time. And they got nothing but black Santa. Where were these black Santas? I know the elves. I couldn't tell if they was black. Where were these black Santas all the time?
Well. See now, they know people are waking up, and they think that if I have a black Santa, they'll buy it.
Oh yeah.
No, we're not buying no Santas.
No, not at all.
Don't think because you can put a little polish on the white Santa. That all is good. No, because the trap is the same. We keeping our money in our pocket.
Bingo.
So you can keep your little Satan up there or Santa, whatever you want to call it. No, we're not going to make the difference for you at the end of the year where you get the biggest push with your money and your business, but then you're just using us. No.
Oh, yeah.
But some people will buy that. Oh, we accepted now. We got a black Santa. See, I got a black Santa. That's crazy.
And I'm gonna make sure the fireplace is turned up hot. Okay,
if there was really a black Santa all over the world, you know how many people would shoot him when he comes down the chimney? A black man came over, pow! He
Hey, matter of fact, one of the movies, I think it was on Friday with Ice Cube. This black Santa was robbing people in the hood. I think Mike Epps, that was funny as hell. But the black Santa was robbing people. It was funny, but it's a fact. I don't care if you got no Santa Claus outfit on. You better give up that chain or that wallet you got. It's just that way.
That's funny.
But you were spot on with this power, manipulation, and control because they control all the institutions. As long as you deny your autonomy, oh, look at the black folks over there. Look what they're doing. Yeah. Internalized oppression, we talked about that because you're going to blame yourself for not achieving that standard of value that has been set before you.
Right.
Okay. And religion is very good at that. Very good. You're not a good enough Christian. I don't care who you are. I don't care how many scriptures you quote. You're not a good enough Christian.
That's right.
And, there are several reasons outside of your control that that makes that effect. A couple other things with this. So he initially accepts the dominant societal values while blaming himself for failures and striving for approval, almost like a child to a parent, which deepens his psychological fragmentation. Also, the trauma, as you mentioned, the trauma and the self-realization. Once you realize, oh, yeah, okay, this is really real. It's not, this is really real. Repeated betrayals. Over 500, which they documented, agreements broken. The history of this country with our people. Repeated betrayals. You play hard this season, we're going to give you a contract next year. And you kind of find out somebody send you an email. They don't even do that no more. A lot of these guys say they find out about them being traded by looking at the television, which is crazy. But the repeated betrayals produce disillusionment, forcing him to confront the gap between ideals, okay, which they say you can become, which certainly you can become, not because somebody say you can, but because the other dynamic too, and what I was, the reason why, one of the reasons I brought this up about my brothers in the beginning of the show too is that, no, you can't run away from your legacy. You can't run away from the fact that you're black. I don't care how you try to slice and dice this. Okay? This is why white people don't accept you when you might think they do. They don't have no respect for you.
No. Look, it's even worse when you're trying to bleach your skin and change who you are. They have no respect for that deep down. They don't.
Deep down, they don't.
They look at you stupid because they know the deal of what's going on.
Yeah,
it's like out here in Africa. The sale of bleaching cream is at an all-time high.
I heard that. That's
what?
That's insane, brother.
I'm gonna get a little footage on my camera and show you some things. I saw some brands of bleaching cream. The names are funny. There was one that I saw that said, the name of it was Finally White.
Oh my God.
Finally White. So I'll rub this on. And there's some women you see, the skin is like leather. Burnt. Years of it. Like acid was thrown in their face. And they still try to.
Yep. Wow. See, that is what, like Frantz Fanon and Ralph Ellison is saying in his book, Invisible Man. It's a type of fragmentation where deep down inside, this is wrong, okay? You know, and then I think back about this young brother. You remember this brother that shot up this school, and he said that his heroes were the white supremacists. I think I
Yeah.
talked about this once. You remember this all over the news. And he said he hated black people. And everybody was dumbfounded. Here's I think it was like 18 or 19-year-old black kid. And I'm listening to the words coming out of his mouth. And I'm saying, wow, he was tormented. He was fragmented.
Yeah.
He was definitely fragmented. Well, he certainly didn't grow up with no blankets on mirrors, because, boy, and see, that's the reality too, that a lot of our people, they listen to this crazy, insane nonsense, and they try to rationalize it. No, they talking about you, black and brown. Mm-hmm. Not talking about you. All you gotta do is look in the mirror to see who they're talking about. Mm-hmm. So you can be fragmented all you want, but when you walk out that door, you're gonna be unfragmented, because you're gonna find, and that's the shock that a lot of foreigners get when they come here, you know, and they try to assimilate with that, and then they find out real quickly, oh no, you didn't get the memo, you didn't see the email? Oh, okay. Well,
and they'll still tolerate a lot just to, you know, assimilate and be finally accepted.
Yeah.
And they're made to feel different than those who were born and raised there.
Yes, they are.
And they run with that for a while until they finally see what it's all about.
Oh, yeah.
And they'll even put down those who are already there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I know.
That's a good point. They, you know, and I always sit back and I just look and I listen to one of them. I said, let me give them about 6 months. I want to go. And I purposely look for their channel again. Okay, you had that black skin and that brown skin in America long enough. I want to hear you talking now. So, and finally, a couple more things.
A lot of them have the mentality that I'm not like the other N-words. I'm not like them. I'm different from them. Yeah. I'm educated and I have a good position. I'm not like them.
Right.
But they don't see that.
No,
they may smile when you say that and say, look at this fool. And just a matter of time.
It's just a matter of time. It's inevitable. Because, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they put the signs back up. Talking about colors only, whites only. Mm-hmm. Here's the kicker. Isolation and self-realization. So once you get isolated, this is what they find out. Once they get here and that black or brown skin causes isolation from these systems we're talking about, and they actually experience it, then now the self-realization comes into play. And then they look back and say, oh, this is what the black folks, black Americans was talking about. Yeah, this is even, you know, you over there trying to educate them about America, but they don't want to listen. But you get here, okay, this is what black folks, it's like a light bulb go off, or when you cut on the light and all those roaches scatter. Oh, yeah.
That's right.
So now what happens is there's a withdrawal, sort of like underground symbol, and it symbolizes a psychosocial retreat where reflection enables partial self-awareness, though uncertainty about reintegration remains.
Right.
So, in other words, now that this realization has hit you and your eyes are open and you start going to the places where you thought you were welcomed at, and now you're seeing the reaction that you're getting after you've gone. I'll tell you real quick what happened to me probably a couple months ago. I stopped at one of the spots. stopped there just to catch the second half of the Warriors game, because this gentrification is in total effect. Now they're not trying to hide. That's the other thing with Trump and these crazy people. They're not trying to hide this anymore. So I walked in the place and I saw maybe 2 black folks, some Latino people, some Asian people. They're always there around them. And it had really changed. And, you know, I feel energy like you, And I walked in,
Right.
and I kind of, and I'm looking around. I'm like, okay, because this used to be a festive place, a lot of energy, and with black folks, and I was like, okay, this is different. I said, you know what? I'm gonna go watch the game somewhere else. I ain't got time for this childish. I ain't got in here you with your nose turned up about me coming in. I ain't got time for that.
I know.
So, in summary of Invisible Man, it explores how social structures like the one we mentioned, these institutions, shape psychological identity, and illustrating the tension between self-definition and imposed roles. So in other words, the roles that we go out in society, these roles are imposed, these Jester roles are imposed on us. And then, we're still trying to define who we are. And it creates a kind of schism of tension.
Yeah.
Spot on with that. And so you said that the court jester, an entertainer that was kept by medieval Renaissance courts or kings, and sometimes noble households, whose roles was to amuse the ruler and guests. When you think about these people that are at these NFL, NBA games, shut up and dribble. We're not interested in what you think about this political party or this injustice or what have you. We're not interested in that. We paid to see you injure, dribble that basketball and dunk. We paid to see you score a touchdown in the NFL. We didn't pay for you to come into this post-game conference and tell us how you really feel about how we're treating black folks in America. Right. They're not, yeah. So, and again, sometimes the rich people, the billionaires, the noble households, which they're doing now, once you have amused them, then wherever you go, you better stay on code. Your role was to entertainment through jokes, who some of our comedians that speak the truth, but they got to say it through humor, right? Word play. They got to say it in some kind of joking, musical way, or in storytelling.
Right.
Or an acrobatic.
It can't be the whole thing. They got to slip it in.
Yeah, you got to kind of flip it in a little bit.
That's why I love Paul Mooney so much.
I love Paul Mooney. Yeah, like, so, we're so glad you're back. We got your room. Your room is just like it was when you left. And now all of a sudden, I couldn't get no job when I was out here in the world. Now, this is how they put our people between a rock and a hard place during this 150 years in feudalism, sharecropping. Now I got 13 jobs. I'm back on the plantation, and I got more jobs than I can do. But yet, when I was out there trying to build something up as a black man or a black woman, then now all of a sudden, I got the highest unemployment rate in the world, probably.
Yep. And just like he said if slavery is back in effect, white folks will be very nice. Welcome back, Paul. Your room is waiting for you. We're glad to have you back. You know what I mean? Man,
my side was hurting so bad. Paul Mooney is a fool. My side was hurting so bad. I had to cut it off. I was like, boy.
Yep, and he stopped the show out and let them know. Listen, white people, if you can't handle it, leave now.
Yeah, leave now.
You know what I'm all about.
I'm sorry if I ruffled any, if we ruffled any feathers, but you know, the sad part about it is we live in a society today. That's why I always say people can tell you progress all they want, but we're living like in medieval times. The society is. You can have all the fiat you want.
Going back to that.
Oh yeah, you know the way that they have no respect for people, just the sheer way that people are living. And you know, real leadership is about how you improve the lives of the citizens in the country in which you're leading. Not
Quality
how
of
much,
life. Yeah.
huh?
The
Anybody
quality
can
of
be,
life.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Anybody can be ignorant. It don't take no skill, no knowledge, no wisdom to do that. You can be as nasty, immature. That is not the definition of a leader.
That's right.
But it's more asinine. I got to pick and choose my words because I know they're going to go after you. I'm just going to say it this way.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Okay, but the thing, I'll put it this way. All of us have to make decisions between being a coward or saying the things that we know is right. All of us have to make that choice.
That's
But
right.
now, when millions of people choose you to speak on their behalf, and they send you to the government to do that, and then you turn on the people, brother, that's like somebody, like you did a video about somebody getting all the money from our people that you promising to improve the lives of, and then what now? And you have played our people. Yeah,
There
you
you
have
go.
played our people. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right.
This is the same thing. So how could our people be just like the political term that I got from the upper class? Quid pro quo. That's the first thing they put on the table. Something for something. You're not getting my vote. You're not getting anything that's not attached to quid pro quo. And they mean
Right.
that. But black folks say, okay, we'll get behind you, even though you never talk about the issues that are snowing us under and our children. I don't care if they get mad at me. I don't care if they're saying something about you, brother.
Truly, I just made good JC.
Huh?
You're laughing. Made a comment.
Oh, okay.
Oh man.
News out doing. I'm talking about you. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, brother. And let me tell you, I don't know exactly what they're saying. I don't care. I give props to people who are expressing themselves, which is a good thing. Because, see, we need to be uncomfortable. Because while we're trying to be politically correct, we're getting snowed under. I don't care what you think about me. I care about what you're doing, okay, to actually help our condition. When I see hundreds of thousands of people living in RVs,
Yeah.
can't get food, you've taken their jobs, what I'm supposed to just sit back and grant?
Yeah. You're supposed to sit back like it's all right. Your sound is out, brother. Yeah, good, good. He came back in. Oh, good. We can see him now.
Me out for a minute.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's good. I'm glad you came back in so we can see you. I'm
Okay.
gonna hang up
all
this
the time
other
I've been speaking,
screen.
you couldn't see me?
No, it was all completely black.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. That's okay. The
Good.
thing is one of the things that I know is that you have to and this gets down to the actual court jester question, that you have to make this decision, okay, whether or not you're going to stand for something or if you're going to look the other way as if it doesn't exist.
Right.
And the fact of the matter is, anyone in their right mind that's looking at the socioeconomic conditions in this country, you have got to either be insane on fentanyl, crack, or you have either got something. I don't know what it is, but everything is going in the wrong direction. Not that it can't be turned around. There's got to be some new vision set. Okay. So I see somebody that was Strawberry 32 laughing. But yeah, so the thing is we as court jesters in this system, all right, just to summarize this a little bit, with this tension we have to live with, and knowing that we have to entertain these people through these different mediums, music, wordplay, joke, storytelling, got to flip acrobats, batics, and satire. We're in a unique position, which often allows us to mock the king or roast them by telling jokes or nobles, something no one else could do. Now, if you're not a comedian or you're not an entertainer, then you better not say nothing that is going to expose what they're doing, right? Mm-hmm. If you're a jester and you're performing for, oh yeah, you can make them laugh about it, but you better not talk about what you're going to do to help dismantle that system, because now you're looking at a whole different situation. Lastly, in summary, with the Invisible Man, they wore colorful clothes, as I said earlier, like the team uniforms, with bells and a fool's cap. That's what it was called, a fool's cap. And they had to have bells on. And for anybody that don't know, back in slavery, they used to put these things around some slaves' necks who had the reputation of trying to run away, which I would be doing every day and night. They put bells on them so they can hear them. The dogs start barking. And I told you one time, when I found out that white people who knew this history used to laugh and sing the song Jingle Bells, I'm like, why are they so happy singing Jingle Bells? And then when I found out, I couldn't believe it. They knew that when those bells start jingling, oh yeah, we got one running. We're getting ready to make an example out of them.
Oh man.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now here's the sad part about it. Okay, now they represented wit, truth, and irony. So the jester, although they represented truth and the irony of the fact that I have to be the one to make you happy and you couldn't be happy without me, I had to do it in a witful way, right? However, they were not just fools. Many of the jesters were highly intelligent and used humor to speak uncomfortable truths, much like our storied black comedians. And I immediately thought about Stephen Fetchit. This was a man that had a black newspaper in Chicago. He was the first black millionaire. He is the perfect example of what I'm talking about, where he decided that I want to live the high life. And the only way that this system is going to give it to me is that I make a fool out of myself about our people. That I act dumb. Right. Even though I'm twice as intelligent as you, I got to act dumb. I got to play these dumb roles. Now think about this. You call yourself a white supremacist, right? But I got to dumb myself down in order for you. And see, the jester, that's what he was saying. Isn't it the greatest
Yes, sir.
irony
Yeah.
that I have to be the one to make you happy, but you got all the fiat? Isn't it the irony that 70% of black men in the NBA, 70% of the black men in the NFL have to be the ones to make you happy on Sunday, or you'll be out killing and fighting each other? Yeah, great banner, brother. That's the irony of ironies, wouldn't you say?
Yep.
What would you be doing on Sundays? Oh, I know what you'd be doing on Sundays. The Hatfields and the McCoys, you'll be fighting. You'll be drinking down at the cave, or whatever you call it, at the lounge. You'll be fighting. Or you'll be looking for black folks to cause some kind of problem because you're unhappy. So we send in the Jester. If we didn't have our brothers and our sisters too in the WNBA, great players. And thanks to my brothers, one of the ones that paved the way for that. Even though they don't want to give them the credit for it. I have the receipts. Now I see why the guys that played for him were so angry about this. When I didn't even think about it for decades. But here it is I'll give you the world. Just like the coons and the coonies. If you will deny yourself, you're talking about denying yourself, that they teach our people in religion. If you will stand before the world and deny who you are as a black man or a black woman, or just like the mythical story where Jesus went on the mount. We did a video, that was a great thumbnail you had with that. If you worship me, my system, deny yourself, Yeshua, deny your people, I'll give you the whole world. So where did you get the whole world from? No, you're talking about this whole wicked world where materialism, you worship that.
Right.
You destroy your brothers and sisters. Oh yeah, I'll give you everything here. I'll give you everything. Thank you, creatures. That is at the heart of what this character that we're discussing today, and how they have used our brothers who and the music for the NBA and the NFL.
Yeah.
That's global, the hip hop aspect of it. So I want to wind this down real quick. There are a couple things. I just want to take a break real quick, brother. You got that gift?
Say again? Yeah. Take your time, brother.
Yeah, I'll be right
Take your
back.
time.
Okay.
Take your sweet time.
Yes,
but it's
sir.
true what he's saying. The shape shifting that we do. I'm not saying anybody here on the actual show, but maybe there's one or two watching. That it's a shame we have to decide who we're going to be, our true authentic selves or the manufactured manifestation of a mask that we feel we have to turn ourselves into and reduce ourselves to be accepted by people who really are not going to ever accept us. Sometimes you can have these relationships with them for many years and realize, now I know I can't say 100%, but the society, when it comes time to draw the line, whose side are they going to be on? And here you are reducing yourself, trying to change your natural body, your natural skin tone. You're trying to see your brother or your sister as an enemy. You laugh at the off-color jokes that the others make, figuring if you laugh at the jokes against your own people, it will bring you favor with those. And they'll have you hanging around for a little bit, but you're going to realize that they never cared for you at all. And it's a crime to be yourself. When they see you being yourself, it's an act of defiance, because they see how many of us are trying to fall in line and win their favor. So merely by the way you walk, or the way you talk, or how you don't tap dance when they show up on the scene, when you look them dead in the eye and talk to them as the man or woman that you are in a complete sense, they know that they didn't give you that strength. They know that their educational system didn't give that to you, that their religion didn't give that to you. Where are you getting the strength? Give you that. You're challenging us by walking strong in who you are. You're challenging us in loving yourself. How dare you? We're going to put you in your place. We're going to take your job. We're going to get you locked up. We're going to give you the smear campaign of all smear campaigns. This is how. If you don't jump to the beat of their drummer, you're going to learn quick. Well, I say, bring it, because you ain't never going to break me. See, I'll tell you something. Coming up, a lot would see me, and I'll finish this quick. They didn't say this outright, but I remember when I was doing bodybuilding, and I was influential with a particular magazine. In the year teenage competition, the teenagers would be relegated to the back of the magazine because you weren't the overall winner with the grown men. Cool, but that was a big thing. So one of the guys was speaking to me about that, and he said, you know, you have such, this is a white man now, you have such an acceptable look. And although, and I won't mention his name, it's a friend of mine, although this particular brother, he didn't say brother, is more developed. You know, he doesn't have that look. And I'm like, what's the look? See, they expected me to take props because I had a lighter complexion, and I'm gonna step ahead of my brothers just to get my face on the cover, back cover of their magazine.
Wow.
And I let them know, you look at me like you look at them, because I am them. This is me at 19 years old, man. They didn't like it.
Yeah, I've seen it.
They didn't like it.
Yeah. No, they didn't like it. Because you're confident, strong looking. They know they couldn't, you know, just take advantage of you, and smart.
And I was aware of that stuff from back then.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it was a different flavor for us. You know, the other thing that a lot of young cats don't realize, they got it easy. I wouldn't say easy, but
But I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
It's cold in Cali now, man. I don't run the heater too much, but yeah. So the thing is they don't realize that. But what they're doing to them is they're taking away a lot of the programs like we used to have, right? And I remember I used to coach in some of the AAU, some of these. I don't anymore now, obviously. But we had a lot of different things at our disposal. The older guys were more involved with us as well. But they have access to, I should say, they have access to a lot of different mediums that we didn't have. We basically had to, you didn't have no choice. You had to make the best of that situation. So I think, but I know that's one of the things that kind of took away that fight for them. Because, you know, the thing is back in the day, you had to fight for every goddamn thing you get. There's no, and if you're weak, I don't care. If you're weak, you ain't getting nothing.
Exactly.
Because not only did you have to fight against the system, you had to fight against you know, brothers and sisters, you know, who basically was fighting to get the same thing. And they only let a certain amount of it through.
And you better not let certain things slide. And in your fight, you better not regress and step back, because that line that you're pushing, you're going to lose ground.
Oh, no
So you had to have a warrior mentality all the time. You had to be on point all the time and aware all the time. Where with the younger cats, a lot of them, the majority of them, when you try to school them or speak on something, say, hey man, why would you even let that girl talk to you that way? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, well, so and so and so and so. And I told one the other day, and I'm about to say something that may be a little lewd, but I told a guy online, because he was coming at me. He said, I see your stuff, and it's always this racial-based stuff. It's a young black guy. On his profile, he's hooked up with all these white girls. I said, listen, don't think things have changed in this world because you get a blowjob from a white. That's that. It's all peace and love now because, you know, she's servicing you. That doesn't change the dynamics of the world.
Right.
Because she herself, she'll blow your mind in a different way when she tells you how she truly feels. Because you're just a tool or a fetish for her anyway. She's rebelling against her daddy, messing with you. You see what I mean? Don't tell me I don't know. You'll find out.
Oh, yeah. So you're throwing a gut punch at somebody.
Boom!
Yeah, but you know, that is the dynamic that we have to deal with every day. Even to the point, and it doesn't matter how long, no matter where you live, how long you've lived in a place, this dynamic still exists every day for you.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're looking to see which side of the road you're standing on. And that's how they, like you were talking about Dr. White, where once they find out certain things and what he stands for, no, you can't come here, you can't work here to tell the truth. Truth tellers right now are under attack.
That's right.
I mean, always been under attack, but when you have established the energy of lies as the dominant energy, then anytime truth sheds a light on it, then there is some kind of kickback. Because then people say, well, if this is the truth, and you must be lying to us. But imagine, here's the deeper psychological part about that. You know somebody's lying to you, but you're still going to accept it. Now that something is wrong with that. We got the camera saying what you did. We got the body cam footage. But yet you still going to say that this is not true? No, something is wrong, brother.
Right.
Something is wrong. So let's get into the part of, we all right?
Oh yeah. I'm good.
Hours just I'm gonna float.
Brother, it's when we talking, it's timeless, man.
Yeah,
I'm good.
timeless.
I'm home. I'm relaxed.
Exactly.
I'm good, brother.
Okay.
There's no rush. It's timeless.
Yeah.
I waited all week for this.
Yes. Yeah, we control the space and time. Yeah, I agree with you. And you know, but a lot of times I know you have different things scheduled. I don't want to run over time. But I'm sure you would tell me.
No. Right. Look. I already have another show that I recorded. I'm about to put up freestyling. Later on. And right now it's 10:19 for me. Where am I going? What am I doing? I have nothing to do. I already know the guys that were supposed to come tomorrow. They're going to come Thursday.
Okay.
So tomorrow I'm free. I'm going to wake up, freshen up, bring my little camera. I'm good.
On SCURV time.
There you go.
Bingo. That's
like Chance Rogers always says, we be scurving them.
Yeah, I've seen that comment before. I tell people I'm on Fraser time. I don't know what, I'm on Fraser. That's just the way it is.
It's in your genes that have that mighty left hook. So
yes. I've taken a few punches too. We've given these people the best years of our life.
Yeah.
Getting up 5 o'clock in the morning, coming to your place and making you money and doing all this stuff. I decide when I get up, when I go to bed, I still work. Like I said.
Right. I understand.
But 3 or 4 days, you know, like maybe 3 days a week if I get a chance, and
Right.
to help out. This young brother is doing a phenomenal job with his organization, and but at the end of the day, the thing is they so now they don't care anymore to try to, that you have awakened and see this structure, because now they got the
Right.
robots to take your place. So they don't care if you don't punch in at 8 o'clock. They don't care about that anyway, because Alexa works 24/7 and don't need a
Yeah.
break. So, okay, let's talk about the black athlete and the court jester character. Now let's we we've been talking about it, but let's kind of get some nuts and bolts into it here. We're talking about the black athlete and the court jester character as in the lens of power, control, and conditional acceptance. All right, here are the parallels. They both are celebrated for entertainment value, their skills or what have you, while being discouraged from dissent. Okay, we see, if you're on a team and you like a guy from another team, I mean, a lot of these guys, oh, I can't say that, because back when we was coming along, you know, I don't know, I like to use the word hated, but we used to have the numbers of other players like on a rag trying to hurt them. So you know, it's just the way the game was at that time. But they if they dissent from, let's say something happened on the team and they don't like it. Well, if you say, can we talk about this? Or I see this from a different perspective. Oh no, you're causing dissension in the team. And a lot of these guys unfairly who speak their minds, they get labeled this way. There's several of them, I'm not going to put their names on camera, but throughout the NFL and the NBA history, they were excommunicated or labeled as bad guys, and these guys were not bad people. They just was like, hey, look, this ain't right. You know, can we do this another way, or can we at least take into consideration that this is having an effect on black folks doing things this way? No,
Right.
there was a no compromise rule. And they held this authority over our people, which they still do. There's certain things that,
Yeah.
again, like I said, a lot of them have the biggest platforms, the biggest horns. But if they use that horn to point out the discrepancies in these systems, they're going to be penalized. That's the number one thing we notice about this parallel between this character of the Jester in medieval times and how they have our brothers that in these organizations that are making them massive amounts of money and keeping their teams and businesses afloat. And yeah, they celebrate them. They get a lot of celebrity status.
Yeah.
They are expected to perform physically and emotionally for a largely non-black audience. Okay, they are giving wealth to do this, high visibility, but limited real power. And again, the Jester character was like a celebrity. You know, they see him walking down the street. Isn't that Jester Tom? Or, you know, something like that. And, you know, he's known throughout, they go shopping or go somewhere. Yeah. Well, I guess they didn't have cameras back then, but certainly I'm sure he drew a lot of attention.
Yep.
You know, isn't that Jacob, the Jester? Yeah, that's him. You know, so I guess they didn't have a star on the Walk of Fame, but people knew who they were. So, again, they were highly compensated for this. However, they were punished or policed, which we know as surveillance today, when they step outside that role. And I'm going to say that again. They were punished or policed when they stepped outside that role, which included politics, activism, expressing them some type of dissent, or self-definition. In other words, I'm not just 3/5 of a person, I'm a whole person. Okay. And again, we used Colin Kaepernick earlier as a perfect example of this. He has a right to take a knee against all the injustices that take place against black men. Well, I'm brown men too, in this country, but primarily it was us first, and still is. So the other comparisons, like court jesters, they are highly valued, but conditionally. Great player, good contract, but here are the conditions. If you violate these conditions, you're going to sign your name on this, then I have the authority over you, okay, like I did on the plantation, to sell you away or lease you out, convict leasing. See, there are different eras, there are different spins that, but it is the exact same playbook. So much so that when you really look at it, you can't make a distinction between it. Oh, bingo. There you go, right there. Oh boy. Yeah, and see, these labels are, are tried and true as far as they are concerned. And when you step outside one of these roles, you're gonna have a problem. And especially if it exposes some dirt that they're doing, which we all know that they do. They are allowed expression only within approved boundaries. So yeah, you have a post-game press conference. Okay, but if you say anything outside these boundaries that we have set for you, there are going to be consequences. Okay. So a lot of times these guys, now think of the emotional rush you have. You just finished the game, you up here, then you got to come all the way down here. Then you got to think about if you say something that's going to offend the white supremacists and these systems, you got all of this is going through your head. Okay, even though I'm tired, I just finished playing a game, I got to be careful with my wordplay. I got it just like they do us now with YouTube, right? And these X and all these other, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the one they have in South Africa? Apartheid type systems. These are your boundaries. Okay. One other thing here. They can be praised one moment and discarded the next. Now, how many times have we seen this happen to our brothers? I can think of several right now that their names are dirt right now, simply because, and they were the most celebrated athletes in American history. And you make one mistake, and their name is dragged through the mud. Okay, got all the history books, wiped out everything that they have achieved, not only at the pro level, but many of these guys had to achieve this at the junior high school level, high school level. Some of them had to go to community college before they went to a 4-year school, and then they had to do it on the big stage. See, they don't talk about this.
Yeah.
And they had to deal with a lot of the BS that they know was coming at them. I hate what they're doing to Deion Sanders' son, but this is a prime example. But the creative spirit is always going to elevate the righteous, always, against unrighteous. That's a law. That's a divine law. So I'm not worried about that. So let's look at players. And we're still talking about the terminology, the character Jester. They are disproportionately black, right? We saw that 70% in both leagues. But the owners, the executives, and the power structures that they are in are 95% black, white. Now think about that. maybe higher, 96. I know it's in the 90s. The only black owner I can think of, majority owner, is Michael Jordan. But I think he had to sell. And I'll tell you something, a lot of people overlooked. When Jordan was part owner of the Washington Mystics, they used to be the Washington Bullets. And see, people who just follow the game, they don't understand this part of business. And black folks are at the bottom when it comes to the business. They are the ones that are the fuel of the business. But long story short, Abe Pollin showed Michael Jordan who had the power. He was still the majority owner of the Washington Mystics. And when Jordan figured that out, it was like, oh, okay, I don't have no real power, even though black folks are happy seeing Jordan. And it was a wonderful step and achievement for Michael Jordan. But he found out that, well, you were still basically, what's the word, an overseer. You were not the owner or the plantation owner, okay? And Jordan learned something from that, and he said, okay, no matter what it takes, I'm going to be the majority owner of the Charlotte Hornets, which he did. Usually to acquire ownership in these teams, ownership team, all of the owners, the white owners, have to agree. And then you usually have to have a group of people that are financing this. And if you don't have that, then chances are, and at the same time, they're going to come at you. That's what happened to Bill Crosby when he wanted to buy NBC. They brought white women from 30 years ago in Hollywood against him. Yeah, that's what they do. They go back and find something, and many times they'll use your own people to do this. And you know, Lance, we go through this. When you oppose this system, even if you're not in their spotlight, now imagine being worried about, okay, I'm not worried about what somebody else is doing in some crazy system, whatever. I'm worried about what I'm doing to make sure my purpose is good. Like we're supposed to do, right?
Right. That's right.
Imagine putting together teams and organizations of people to stop one person. That's what they do to black men that have power. That shows the total weakness of the individuals that have to do this. I don't care if they all like it. They already, I know that they don't. Every day they show me they don't. So at the end of the day, imagine you have to have a whole system against black folks. You can't do this like they do when they attacked us. One of them ain't gonna fight us straight up.
No, right. They're not gonna do it.
No, they're gonna call for backup. But they don't see anything wrong with that at all. Okay. The other thing about the court jester and the players is, the owners, the executives, the power structure is all like 95, 96% white. And it's disproportionately white, who are the kings and the nobles, or which we know as the billionaire elite. The message that's sent to these players is entertain us, but don't challenge us. Examples would be speaking on racial violence, refusing nationalistic rituals like taking a knee instead of standing up with your hand over your heart, singing the national anthem. Actually, when you hear the Star Spangled Banner, when you hear Francis Scott Key in the second verse, you're talking about killing slaves if they tried to escape. That the hireling of the slave won't escape. Okay?
Wow.
But yet, they're looking at those Negroes are kneeling. Why? They need to stand up. Okay.
Control.
Now, I'm not saying don't have pride in your flag. I'm saying I have the right if I see some type of injustice in the country, to stand against it. That's
Right.
my choice.
But in actuality, you don't.
Yeah, in actuality,
You don't have the right.
because of the ramifications.
Yeah.
You're
Well, you
right.
can do it, but we're going to pull the rug from under your feet.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, you can do it. Go ahead.
Boom.
Oh yeah. And
That's right.
it's like, I dare you to do it. They dare you to do it. They already know that you're smart enough to know the odds. Okay. But they'll sit back and say, okay, well, the onus is on you. Because if you violate those boundaries, then it's going to be, and not only that, they're going to blackball you in the league.
Right.
I'm going to call my other white friends billionaires, and I'm going to let them know. Now, I see this more in the NFL than the
It's not
NFL.
funny, but that's the way they do.
That's how they do, brother. That's how they control these systems. But yet, you try to tell brothers, look, man, we got to put our petty differences aside and come together against this, or we always going to. And as I always say, now I know what Dr. Claude Anderson meant when he said black people are going to be back in slavery. When I heard him say this in Baltimore back in the early 90s, I was like, there's no way black folks going to be in slavery again. He was absolutely 1,000% true. Right. And so, at the end of the day, you imagine you having millions of dollars. Okay. You can afford to do whatever you want for your family and your friends, but that it's all contingent on you suppressing your real feelings. That's pretty much the choice you have. And if you say
when you're a public figure,
yeah,
and a celebrity, you're influencing so many other people to take the same route. That's the main thing.
That's the main thing.
Yeah.
And if you're going to speak publicly about something or against something with my team, then you better damn sure make sure it's in that locker room, and none of them other ninjas better not regurgitate it, because all y'all gonna be in trouble. See, people don't see this side, man. It's a lot of, these guys have a lot of pressure on them. Okay, imagine having to check your emotions when you passionately playing a game, or you competing in boxing or bodybuilding, and somebody got a rope around your neck, metaphorically saying that I'm gonna string you in a tree if you open your mouth. That is a lot of pressure.
Yeah. It's bad.
The reason why I can do it, while Lance can do it, because they've already done that, made that clear to us. So it's not like, what else can you do to me?
Right.
You've already blocked me in all the areas that you.
Exactly.
I don't rely on their systems or anybody that's in their system. Now, I'm not saying I don't negotiate with those systems, but I negotiate from a position of power in terms of the power I have.
Right.
I don't need, I don't have to jump from the rooftop in order for them to accept me. And I recognize everybody can't do that. There's in life, there's a price to be paid for certain things.
Mm-hmm.
And they make that very clear. Okay, so again, the message, the subliminal message to the players is that you can entertain us, but don't challenge us. And examples are, if you speak out of turn on racial violence, if you refuse to stand up during nationalistic rituals such as the singing of the national anthem, or if you're advocating for labor rights, in other words, to give you more piece of the pie, then you're going to get cut. You keep your black butt, your mouth shut up and dribble, and sit in the corner. And again, I'm not saying this to put any of our brothers down. I'm just talking about the situation that they're in.
But it's reality.
It's a reality, brother. It's the reality. Yeah. Also, if you're expressing anger, grief, or complexity, something you said earlier, the response is often stick to sports. or you should be grateful. Why are you ungrateful or divisive? And then they begin to label them. So just stick to sports, shut up and dribble, entertain us, and keep your mouth shut and stay in your place. If you do that, we'll honor your contract, keep you on the team, we'll make sure your brand gets published. We won't destroy your brand.
Yep.
No, that's how they play. Your financial or reputational punishment, okay, will be you're going to be excommunicated and your brand in today's world. This reaction, I'm sorry, you say something, Lance?
No, I was saying, and they will do it too with the quickness.
And they will do it.
Yeah.
Oh, heartbeat. And so this reaction from the kings, the nobles, the billionaires, the owners, the plantation owners, it reinforces the court justice boundaries. I got one more area to go through. Yeah, this reinforces this. So, you know, in the back of your mind, you're thinking, well, okay, this is where my check, or now they say this is where my bag is being cut. So I'm not going to worry about what these ninjas think or how they feel about what I do or say or don't say. And you know, they're put in a tough position. Now, in fairness to a lot of these guys, even with that on the line, they speak out on stuff. But there's only so far you can go because they regulate it first based on team, like they do us. They do it on the local level, and then they do it on the state level. So you have your own team, you got to work out things with that. But then on the state level, the teams that are in your division, you know, these are guys you're going to more likely play more than other guys in the league. So you build some type of familiarity with these other black men in other cities.
That's right.
But they tell you, that's why I don't get into that. There are several teams I like. A couple of them I have, you know, a lot of love for. But I look more at the individual players. I don't get into that stuff about, oh, I hate them. And that's how they keep all that stuff going, where they're selling more jerseys and doing all. No. Same thing. Like now, you know why I like the Knicks. Now, I would be crazy. I had somebody ask me this one time, well, I thought you was a Warriors fan. The Warriors and the Knicks were playing in each other, and I was rooting for the Knicks. And then I finally had to tell them, they're looking at me all crazy. I was like, hey, man, one of the greatest players from the college I went to played in the NBA, and my own brother coached for the Knicks. And Marvin played for the Knicks. He was like, yeah, right. Yeah, that's a good excuse. I said, that ain't no excuse.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why I showed what I showed today, because nobody believes that when I tell them the story. Nobody, except the people that know me and know my family. Yeah. So if I meet some random person on the street and say, hey, my brother was a coach in the NBA, they look at me like I'm crazy. Nah, yeah, right, nigga, right. Okay.
Why are people like that? Like you can't be connected to some, you know what I mean?
I don't know why. The same thing when I talk about Joe. The same thing. It's not all, well, it's a little different with Joe. But with my brother, Nate, whenever I'm, and one of the reasons is because very few black men get to coach. It's disproportionate in NBA and the NFL in terms of black men coaching. And this is recent. And so during the time, the other thing is the Knicks were one of the few that their core team, my brother and Willis Reed, were the two top guys. Okay, so that was rare too. That reminded me my situation in Antioch, where Kevin was the first black head coach. and I was the first black JV head coach. And NAICA, you can go and talk to people up there. I ain't got to lie about that. And I was a varsity assistant. And they didn't waste no time. The first losing season we had, they cut Kevin. And so I had to go as well. But it was an interesting dynamic that happened before I go on. Actually, Kevin hired me to be his assistant, top assistant. And but the white dude that was the JV head coach refused him and Kevin. He couldn't take direction. But Kevin was like, look, I don't care how you ran things here before I got here. This is how I want it ran. Mm-hmm. So I became the JV head coach by default. And he was like, well, that's not my style of basketball. I'm running with Kevin. Was like, well, you can hit the road because I got Coach Frazier here. And that's how I became the head JV coach. But I also, the thing was it wasn't the players that I had problems with. It was the parents. They would come to me. They'd try to come to the game. Why ain't my son playing? I said, because he had a bad practice. Or he refused to run the suicides that I told him he had to run. So I don't care if he started last year. Right. He's coming off the bench this year. And it was so funny because the fathers, the white dudes come with me, shake my hand, had me, thank you, Coach Frazier. We needed a coach like you here. He was like, my son, like he's a little bitch. That's one thing about white boys. They'll tell you real quick, my son, he act like a little bitch. And he needed somebody to straighten him out. But it was the white mothers. They would come to the bench. The security would have to stop them. Or they'll come sit behind the bench, critiquing me while I'm coaching the game.
Karens.
Yeah, entitled. It was the parents. It wasn't the kids. It was the parents that I had problems with. So then I tried to think back and put my mind during the time that my brother-in-law was playing and coaching. Man, I couldn't imagine how the white folks was coming at him.
Oh, man.
Because I remember when we played, was a Portland State. And the white folks out there, man, was saying all kind of slurs, man. It was terrible. I was like, man, this is crazy. But just to wrap up here, let's look at two of the things that happen. Now, those are the allowed emotions. They could have joy after winning. But if you look right now, they'll throw a flag. They'll get a penalty if one of these guys celebrate too much after scoring a touchdown. Most of them are black. 90% of them, they'll throw the flag at them. Wow. And they penalize black athletes in the NFL for celebrating after a touchdown. And that's a subliminal control. Because they're not hurt. Bro, when you get in the end zone in the NFL, you got something to celebrate about. Okay? That's probably one of the hardest things to do.
But they don't want you to be too high on yourself.
Yeah, don't be too high. Don't bring too much attention to yourself. Don't be too high on yourself. Keep yourself in the right place. And they get a 15-yard penalty for that, which is very unfair. So this is controlled aggression during competition, which is one of the hardest things to do, is to control this, what's the word I'm looking for? Adrenaline.
Right.
That you're competing. That's hard to cut that on and off. So let's look at the punished emotions, which we were talking about while we wrap up here. The anger at injustice. If you're angry at something that you perceive as some type of injustice, George Floyd, somebody with a knee on their neck for 10 minutes, and you mad at that, not only that, and you express that anger, you're going to be penalized for that.
Right.
Now, the NBA was a little more, lenient. The guys, they could wear certain slogans or what have you. The NFL is run strictly like a plantation to this day. Also, grief expressed politically, dissent. You're angry at, certain classes, white people that are in a political party, and you express that dissent, like the folks with the red hat. If you say something about that, oh, your black butt gonna pay. You better keep your mouth shut, and you better not say anything. I don't care how you feel about that.
So you have to be symbolically castrated on so many different levels.
Man, that's a great term. Symbolically castrated. Wow. That is a perfect term. Thank you for that.
It just came out of nowhere.
All right. The creatives hit you with that one. Hey, look, I'm going to use that. I'm putting you on notice right now.
Yeah.
I'll give you credit. But yeah, that's exactly what it was. And so you see these guys at these press conferences, you can see when these vampires try to trick them with these questions, these reporters, rather than talking about something about the game. Because honestly, you take basketball. The two most important statistics in basketball is assist to turnover ratio. The team that have more assists and less turnovers, 9% of the time is going to win their game. The other one is offensive and defensive rebounds. If you're getting second chances at the basket on offense to rebound and putting them back in, the likelihood and percentage of you winning is going to go up. Same thing with defense. If you're getting limiting a team to one stop, which I focused on, defensive rebounds, just like this is what people don't know about sports. They're always looking at the people who score the most points. Dennis Rodman is the main reason why the teams he played on won championships. The leader in defensive rebounds in the NFL, I don't know how many years straight. The leader, one of the top always in offensive rebounds. But whenever they talk about Dennis Rodman, until the other players start saying, look, no, you got to realize his value is just as great as mine, okay? Because we wouldn't have won this championship without him. Now, that's what I liked about Michael Jordan in terms of he did give the players, Scottie Pippen and the rest of these guys, he demanded a lot from them, which a great player should do. But he also gave them credit for what they did. He always pointed out to people, look, he said, when you talk about Michael Jordan, you have to mention Scottie Pippen. That's why I couldn't understand why Scottie Pippen was so upset. When these vampires, once they finish playing and they start comparing them, that's why I don't compare players. I don't compare people. You cannot. Not only is it not fair to the individuals, it just doesn't make sense. You can't compare errors. There are different rules that control the game. The three-point basket was not such a big deal when I played. In this era, all the players I expected to be three-point shooters. Even though we could shoot three-point shooters, we were more mid-range jumpers, setting up players, as a point guard. My goal was to make sure I knew the best position of all of my teammates where they get their best shot. That was and so this is another thing that happens about that. When you have players that are traded, and see, people who haven't played the game, that's why sometimes I turn off some of these guys. They don't know what they're talking about. Now, if the players are analyzing the game, I listen to them. But at the end of the day, there are some players that they're not going to play a role for you to win a championship. You cannot win a championship in any sports if certain players are not willing to play certain roles and, kind of take a back seat to certain other roles, like scoring. So this is something that you accept if you're about winning, which is the ultimate in team sports. Let me slow down a little bit. Team sports. There was a player here when I first got here, and I loved him. We used to go when the Warriors played at the Coliseum in Oakland. He came straight out of high school. A lot of people from California may know who I'm talking about. I can't think of his name right now. He was a great He was a perennial all-star, like 3 years in a row with the Warriors. And then they started talking about trade rumors. Well, Mark Jackson, your homeboy, who went to St. John's, which was about a mile from where Linda grew up, where we lived in Jamaica, Queens.
Right.
Mark Jackson was a smart guy. He was the one that set the die for that team before Steve Kerr came there with the triangle offense. But long story short, Mark Jackson, when they drafted Steph Curry, said, okay, look, you're not going to take as many shots. You're still the first option, but we got to develop Steph. Because he had the vision. Mark Jackson knew that Steph Curry had the skill level, like his dad, Dale Curry, to be an outstanding shooter. It's in his genes, right? So everybody was shocked. Why are they trading, blah, 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 blah. And I remember Mark Jackson trying to tell them, look, we're building chemistry on the team. We're focusing on, the players that have the certain skills to mesh that together so we can build a winning team program, which was right.
Mm-hmm.
It may not happen in the first year, but we're looking down the road with the development of these players. But it really blew out of proportion when Klay Thompson got here. And he just said flat out, once he saw that Steph and Klay were light out shooters, and now you're looking at guys who challenging you to be the number one option, he was like, oh, hell no. I'm not sacrificing shots for them to shoot. And then the die was on the wall. And he was a great, I think his name was Monte Ellis. Yeah. He was a great player. One of the few players to come out of high school. But, Mark knew, like, look, we cannot win. And I'm not saying Monte Ellis is not a winner. I'm just saying that there are certain guys that are focused on, remaining an all-star. And that means points in the NBA.
Right.
And I'll never forget, and I'll finish out with this. I'll make this point about my brother. I never sat on the bench playing sports, all throughout Pee Wee League, all the way. And when I interviewed, he said, well, this ain't high school. You're under contract. You're in this, you have a scholarship at Morgan. Let me tell you what that means. You got to sign this. And I'm looking at him like, okay, that's fine. These are the things you got to do, blah, blah, blah. And most of the guys that played at Morgan, they're from New York and Baltimore. Some of them were from, a couple guys were from Cleveland. In fact, Eric Posey's son, I can't think of his first name. I think it's James Posey, played with the Miami Heat on that championship team when LeBron and them played. Eric Posey was the point guard, tough guy out of Cleveland. You better not say nothing to him. He was the off guard for my brother at Morgan when they won the national championship. And he was from Cleveland. And Billy Newton was from Elmhurst, New York. And so was the guys that I learned from, Billy, and then what's his name? Blunt. He was from Brooklyn. And Tony Blunt. Lance, I know you probably heard these names before. They were great players in New York. My brother was a great recruiter of talent. But I remember Tony Blunt telling me one day, I got really angry at my brother, right? Because, we'd like half the practice over. You're like, okay, this is what I want you to do, blah, blah. And I'm sitting there looking at him like, okay, but I got to warm up first. And so Tony came over to me and said, man, don't talk to your brother like that. All right, it's a lot of pressure on him. I said, okay. I said, but he better, when I was young, I was different, okay? I was like, but he better not talk to me that way, because I didn't really grow up with my brother. They was 20-something years older than me, right? And I thought it was unfair. Like, why are you yelling at them? So long story short, So he says, if you want to play, then you got to get the ball to Scoob, Yams, and Knuckles. They're our first three options. And I'm looking at him like, what? You telling me I can't shoot? He said, yeah. Your job is to get the ball to Knuckles, who's a lights out shooter, like Klay Thompson. Scoob, the guy I was telling the story about that died, that night I talked to him before he went into surgery and died, that unalive, that told me that I needed to put this out here with one of the guys to tell me. He was Kevin Durant before Kevin Durant. He was a 6'11" player that shot 3 pointers. That's how we won. My first 2 years at Morgan, we won the MEAC championship. But wow. I played, but I didn't play that much. But long story short, my brother was like, well, and then on top of that, you got to play. We had to play defense from end to end, not like these guys now. And so, and I'm looking at him. I said, you got to be out of your mind. I'm saying to myself. And Billy and those were laughing. And it was like, because as soon as I got out there, they would be, because I guess I didn't find out till years later. Knuckles, I saw him. He said, you know why Coach did that to you? I was like, no. Why? He said, because he told all of us to do that to you. I was like, what? That's why y'all used to knock my head off in practice and do all this stuff? He's like, yeah, Coach told us to do it. Don't give you no breaks. And when I look back, it wasn't he was saying do it in a malicious way. He was just saying to show me that this is what it takes for me to be successful. And I learned that lesson.
Right.
Right. So anyway, yeah, I had to, and I learned that lesson. And when it served me well, when I became a coach, I was able to identify the roles of the players, which is a lot of people don't see that. And that was very, very important to the success I had as a coach. Okay, so finally, you got to stick to sports. You can speak truth with humor, but not truth through challenge. So in other words, you can't challenge these boundaries. Okay, I don't care. You can speak truth. Yeah, that might be so. I saw the videotape, but you better not challenge that. They do that to us when our people go into these systems in court. That's them on videotape. That's what they did. Well, there must have been a reason for them to do it. What did you do? See, this is the attitude that the black man or black women is always at fault. I don't care what your position is, you are at fault until I determine that you're not. So we get ready to do an investigation, and whatever we find out, that's where we're going from here. Okay.
Guilty until proven innocent.
Huh?
Guilty until proven innocent.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you guilty until you prove your innocence. Not the other way around.
Right.
So finally, the last two subjects deal with wealth does not eliminate the jester role. I'm going to say that again. I don't care if you got a star on the Walk of Fame in Hollywood. Yeah. That team jersey you wearing and all that colorful stuff that black folks be wearing, if you forget that your wealth comes from this role, then we get ready to knock you down. So when you challenge or you sue me, and I've made it possible for you to make billions of dollars off of liquor, but you challenge me, I'm gonna make sure that you pay the price for that. So when you think that you've reached a certain level, see, the worst mistake that you can make, and I know it's hard to trust one another, okay? But some kind of way, we got to find a way to empower other brothers and sisters, okay? I don't know how you're going to do that. I don't have all the answers. But when you are standing alone by yourself, you have no power. Your power is neutral. That's like an army, and you're the only soldier standing there on the front line, and you got 100 soldiers pointing guns at you. And you don't have no team, no army. This is the position that most black men find themselves in, and but black women. The sisters are doing some asinine things to each other now. I don't agree with it, but I'm not a woman, so whatever. Let somebody else handle that. But at the same time, these are issues we have to look squarely in the face now, because they're telling you that that your wealth doesn't eliminate the Jester role. I don't care how many billions you got or millions. If you deviate from that Jester role, I'm gonna take everything you got, and that's in the entertainment world. Okay, that's in the actor's role. If you don't put this dress on, you're gonna be in trouble. Unless you a man like Dave Chappelle that can walk away from $50. I don't know, $50 million. I don't know for a principal. I don't know very many people that could do that. You. And then Oprah tried to, make him feel bad about it on her show. And then they try to say Dave Chappelle was losing his mind. He said, "No, I ain't crazy." He said, "I know exactly what I'm doing."
Exactly.
I ain't. And he was telling the story. One of these vampires came in the trailer and said, "What's wrong, Dave? Don't you see the dress hanging up in there?" He was like, "Yeah, I see it. Who's that for?" and he looking at Dave Chappelle like, "It's for you." Dave Chappelle said he stubbed. He said, "You're out of your rabid mind." He said something else I can't say. and Dave Chappelle said, he looked at him and said, "You got to be crazy if you think I'm putting that on." And he walked away. I think he went, did he go to Ghana? He left the country for a while.
Yeah, he came to Africa. I forgot what part.
Yeah,
but,
which was smart.
There you go.
Because, boy, them vampires really, because now, if you getting 50 million, they're getting $1 billion. Okay. So, your wealth is based on that Jester role. Make no mistakes about that.
Yep.
Was that family is the way? Oh yeah, that's true. That's true, brother. Yeah, I don't want to ignore. I saw Queen Diane and Strawberry. Some of the comments you guys and the brother right there. Yeah, you guys are absolutely right. See, this is the position they put us in, where you got to always. Why don't you choose? Why do I have to be the one choose? I'll tell you why. Because your whole value system and their standards are big. Now, the cost of building your own foundation, it's a cost it's a sacrifice that come with that. It ain't always going to be peaches and cream. There are times when I'm sitting here knowing the deals I can make and have $10,000 in a month. But there's a price to the people that's providing those companies, there's a price. My time has got to be sacrificed. I got to go where they tell me to go, because they'll give me leads. They know I don't pay that bull crap out knocking on nobody's door no more. I did that for 10 hours to build them up, to build those corporations. I don't do that. You got leads, yeah, I'll talk to them. But now, at the same time, even with AI making people money, which is great, you should be able to monetize your own talent.
Yeah.
They like a brother like Lance. Yeah? You should be able to monetize and have control over that brand. But too many times what they do is they limit you in terms of the platforms. See, that's how they control you.
Yeah.
It's like you walking a tightrope with blinders on.
On a windy day with no safety net. And they put oil on the rope.
Oh, no. That's, oh my God. That is, and boy, let me tell you, you're 100 feet up in the air. and deep down through our genetic memory bank, because it works both ways, our people know this. Our people know this. Okay, they know this in their chakras. It's not that they don't know it. It's that, are you willing to deal with the consequences, with the labels that come when they cut you off from this source? What you gonna do? We did a video about what's gonna happen to black folks when they can't employ their own people. You can't get mad at these other cultures. They're doing what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to employ their people. Why aren't you looking for LANCESCURV or the Academy or other? So I know the family are business owners. Why aren't you looking for their businesses to send $10, $20? But you go out and spend $100 with these vampires and then come back and get on YouTube and complain about white people. No. Or Asian people or Latino people. No, it's you.
Mm-hmm.
It's you. Something Maya Angelou said that I always live by. She said, oh, we're going to do a show. Matter of fact, this is going to be dedicated to the sisters with the real wisdom there. We're going to do a show next week on Maya Angelou. So you give everybody a heads up. But she said something very,
That'd be good.
Yes. She said something very profound. And I got to see her, her last show. She was at Grant Park during that summer fest thing they have in Atlanta. She died 6 months later. But that's how dedicated she was very ill. But she said, no, we're not canceling. We're not canceling. Atlanta's a black city. You tell the students from Morehouse, Clark Atlanta, from what's the women's school? Why can't I think about that school? But there, you know what I'm talking about. And she said, why can't we have these students here? I'm going to do it for them. She said, when you stop waiting for a savior, then you become your own savior.
You go.
That's one of the most profound things I've ever heard. And see, this is the type of wisdom our young sisters need to hear. Most of them don't even know who Maya Angelou. They don't know who Toni Morrison is. I know. They don't know who that is.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons, like I said, is up to black folks, whether you learn about how much attention you get and likes you get, and arguing with these vampires and beefing with each other, we need to educate our own children on our powerful ancestors and their message. And that was one of the most profound. Yeah, that's the brother, Mad Guns Monster. I like that name. Oh yeah, I saw Phyllis Hyman too. She had some of the most saddest eyes I've ever seen. I'll tell you where I saw her at, brother. It's called the Carter Barron in Washington, D.C. And I was living there. And it's one of the first amphitheaters deep in the woods. And you go there, and it's an amphitheater. And boy, she had some of the saddest eyes, but her music, I'll tell you a song that I really like. The Answer Boy Is You. Spellman, thank you, Strawberry Spellman. Yeah, right on. I don't know how I forgot that. And we need to be excited about our own. Thank you. Yeah. The Blue Notes. Yes.
Well,
yes.
I'll tell you, me and an old girlfriend of mine, this had to be 1980, 81, not 82, 81, I know for sure. And I'm not sure if it's what Mad Guns, Blue Note, I'm not sure. This was on 47, 46th Street, right off of Broadway. And my old girlfriend was such a fan of hers. She knew when she was leaving the performance and was coming out the back door, because she'd walk straight out in the street. She'd have the high crown on. She was already tall and had these shoes on. And I think we might have caught her like 6 or 7 times. Wow. When we go hang out around Times Square, whenever we're around there. Come on, let's go. Phyllis Hyman's gonna come.
Wow. Tall, beautiful sister.
She kind of, but that was my only. I never saw her perform in person, or I love the music, but that was the thing that we did a couple of times.
those hats she
Wait,
used to wear.
yeah.
Yes, those hats were dope, man.
Mhm.
I remember those
Yeah.
black shoes we used to wear.
Yeah.
Those black shoes, they were off the hook.
But she was her own category. The songs that she
Yeah,
sung, and I associated with that era of my life growing up, that it took me to a certain place. You don't
yeah.
have music like that anymore.
No, we don't.
You
Old
really
friend. That song
don't.
say old friend.
Because
That's
just the
one of the
day,
classics.
love me, yeah.
Yes.
And the other one, I can't
That
stand
and
this
that the other thing about
feeling.
that music, that era of music, it didn't put you in a confrontation type mode. You know what I mean? The music that you hear now, it's
Right,
always, some type of
right.
confrontation or anger. And
Yeah,
in
yeah.
that
You're
era,
right.
yeah, it empowered you.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
finally, I'll wrap this up, Lance. A common rebuttal is what you said earlier. They're rich. How can they be exploited? Right? The
Mm-hmm.
court jesters were often well paid. They lived comfortably, but never had any real power or rulership.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't own any teams. The media as the modern court, and this is the one I pay attention to now. Sports media. Look at the people they're hiring in sports media. Many of these people don't come from our culture.
Right.
Okay, now I got a problem with somebody talking down about black folks and you have never lived in a black neighborhood. You ain't black, okay? You're just theorizing
Yeah.
off of your
See
own
that?
prejudices, okay? Also, um, social media. They want to commandeer what we say about ourselves on social media. This is all part of this modern day medieval court. It's the
Mm-hmm.
same thing. Oh, you can get on there, you can dress up, you can look good, you can do whatever, as long as the visuals are not explaining or exposing anything. You can do that. But the minute you open your mouth about something that's against
Mm-hmm.
this system,
Right.
Bellman, thank you, Queen Diane. Uh, you're gonna pay a heavy price. Believe that. And also corporate sponsorship you mentioned earlier. Oh, really? Oh, we're gonna pull your brand from Nike or your shoes. We're going to take the contract from your shoes. Now these corporations that you're making globally billions of dollars every year. Okay.
Wow.
But yet you say something they don't like, and they're going to tell you that they're going to pull their corporate sponsorship from you, or you make a mistake. Usually that mistake involves something involving them to go against that master slave dynamic.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what it
Also,
is.
huh? Also, the
And that's
fan
what it is.
base.
A mass slave narrative.
Oh
Never
yeah, that's
forget
what
your
it is.
position.
Yeah, don't forget your position. Play your position. The fan culture is even centered around these stereotypes about black men and black women. So you see these different fans from different teams in different cities.
Mm-hmm.
That culture is big. So I'll tell you what happened too. When that player could have won. I think about what happened to Klay Thompson with the Warriors. Klay was hurt. When you disrespect a player that has won 4 championships for you, Klay certainly deserved. And I'm not saying Steph and Draymond deserve the contract. These guys, man, deserve the money they're getting. These owners are making billions of dollars off of them,
Yes.
hundreds of billions. They could have paid Klay
Imagine.
Thompson what he was worth, and they spit in his face And you could see the hurt on Clay's face. One of the nicest guys you could ever meet. I had a chance to actually, I didn't introduce myself, but when I was doing work with Local 16, I think I told you we used to have to break down the Chase Center. You know, it was hard
Yeah.
work, but we were paid $50 an hour. I was in that union, and if you worked past midnight, you got $100 an hour. But that worked.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, when you pulled up, it took 4 of us to pull up one section. There were 90 sections on the floor. It took 4 of us, one on each corner, to lift one of those. And then we had to stack them. But Clay, we saw him leaving, and we was like, hey, Clay. And, you know, he waved and everything, but, you know, he had that boat on the water. And, you know, that's how he lived. He was a cool guy. And then we had to put away all the chairs. Boy, I can't remember. It took us 10 hours to do it. Okay, but the pay was great.
Yeah.
But so, and I was thinking to myself, how could you do this to a guy? Tore his Achilles, something else he injured, going to the gym day and night, going on the road, the only guy to score 37 points in a quarter. This was, how could you do this? And see, this is what our people got to realize. That once they leave these teams, then they teach you then that automatic hatred they have, or anti-black sentiment, kicks in the back. Oh, he's going to play for the Bears. I ain't wearing this jersey no more. Why? Why? You don't own that city. So, and here's the other crazy part. Can you show me the name of a black person on a charter of a city? Not a city, a county. Or a local jurisdiction. Can you show me the name of a black person on there? So then now, why are you demonizing these brothers who in many cases don't have any control over where they're traded? They're like, okay, how much money can we get from them? You know, like on the auction block, how much money, who's the highest bidder? Okay. So, but here you are talking about, oh, he's going to play for the enemy. Really? I would ask one of those teams that you ready to kill another brother that went to another team for. Ask them what type of organization they have in the black community to supporting our kids, since we generate billions of dollars for you. Ask them that and see what happens. Mm-hmm. You'll never get a chance to get before another mic again. I guarantee you that. And so also, they reward conformity and they punish deviation. As long as you're not rocking the boat, as long as you're conforming, you're good. They'll reward you all day long. Oh, I got $1 billion chest. How much you need? $5,000? Let's look at your credit. Oh, no, you don't need credit. Here, take it. That's what they do. Yeah. And so here's the other thing too. Not only do they punish deviation, but they frame dissent as you having a big ego or ingratitude. In other words, boy, you should be happy. I don't care what your problem is. Why ain't you? That's why white folks in the larger society be saying the same old dumb stuff. Mm-hmm. Why are black people upset? Did you look at when the last time you looked at the wealth gap? When the last time you took a look at that? Oh, okay. When the last time you read up on redlining? Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. Okay. These people are crazy, man. And then they'll say, oh, his ego is too big. We're going to teach him a lesson. They do that. That's the problem they had with Muhammad Ali. And one of the things Muhammad Ali said that I always remember, I think he was on the Dick Cavett show. He said, why should I go and kill a yellow man? They ain't never did. He said, when I want something, you my opposer. When when black folks in America need something, you're our opposer, not the Viet Cong. I ain't going to kill no
Right.
Viet Cong. And look what they're doing to our young poor people that's in the military today, telling them they're fighting for the Constitution of the United States and all this stuff, and while at the same time they don't even listen to the Constitution. They don't even care about it. We're not governed by the Constitution of the United States. We're governed by greedy people, greedy owners that want to keep you in this jester role.
Yes.
And the minute
Yes.
you move outside of that, you're going to pay a heavy price. So finally, when a black athlete speaks outside the expected script, because most of the time they already gave you a script to speak.
Right.
And when you go outside the script, you immediately know, because then you say, I'll go cut, go to commercial. That's not part of the script. Like when Kanye West said George Bush don't like black people, that wasn't part of the script. That was terrible.
Right.
Said that. It was mortifying, the look on their faces. Did you see the look on that British guy that was hosting the program with him? They was mortified when Kanye
Knee knocking.
But
That's
Kanye
right.
paid a price for that.
Yeah.
They sent them witches after him. He paid a price for that. And if you deviate from the script, the court reacts not with reasonable debate. Well, he may have a reason for saying that. Is there some truth to this that we can look at? No, but with discipline. They're going to discipline you. You stepped out of line, ninja. I don't care if your point is right or wrong. You're going to pay a price. And I may not be able to bring you up, but you're going to wish I did, because I'm going to take everything you got from you. Yeah, brother. That's what. That's what time. So I wanted to speak on this today, man, because I'm getting tired of looking at these coons and coonies they got in the sports world, degrading our people. I'm tired of that, man. Because the white boys, they always gonna, no matter how much. Now you talking about a 23-year-old player that was sabotaged by this vampire. First of all, he should have been the number one pick. Everybody knows this in the NFL draft. I don't care if they don't like it. His father's a Hall of Famer, one of the greatest players in NFL history, who coached them through high school and college. And a lot of people don't know this. Shadur Sanders is the only quarterback to win 3 straight back-to-back high school championships. Turned around a Division I school in Colorado. But they was angry. They was going to make Deion pay a price for that. They was going to make him pay a price for that. Deion Sanders was the kind of guy. He always was, like we were talking, they looked at him as having too much ego. Oh, you got too much confidence. And even some of these black guys, they used to speak ill about, rather than saying, boy, I'm glad it's a black family that's finally building a brand off of the blood, sweat, and tears of all our ancestors. Now, here's a guy, and to me, that's not a real coach. I don't care what you want to call yourself. You take this young man, they already dehumanized him by drafting him 144th overall. You get reps with the fourth. You don't even get reps with the what play? I have never heard of a player being a part of a squad, a team. Okay, you're not cut, so you're part of the team, and you're a quarterback that's got to have one of the most cerebral minds on the team. You got to be able to read defenses, call checkoffs, call audibles. You got 250-pound guys running 4.4 40s at you. You got 300-pound linemen that can break every bone in your body. And then on top of that, you're going to take these. Man, I don't want to say what I want to say on your channel. They let these players come. They could have hurt this kid, man. They let these defensive players, who are some of the best athletes on the field, come at him like a missile shot out of a cannon, bro. I hate to say, I had to turn my head, man. that type of betrayal, man. And so that's what they do, man. But see, again, they don't know. They're limited with a calcified pineal gland. You don't know that person with a pineal gland. They just have to reconnect. They don't have to. They have the internal fortitude to overcome your petty childishness, regardless of. But when you're in a position of authority like that, it's going to have. So obviously, Dion trained him well on how to deal with them. But that would have discouraged most young players, man. And then you're gonna put a player that's obviously not at your skill level, okay, as the starter over you. Now I can see Joe Flacco, who won a Super Bowl with the Ravens, but he was what, 42 years old? Still good quarterback. He wasn't mobile or nothing, but he still had a decent arm. And in the first game, you put him in with no reps with the first team receivers, running backs, nothing. Okay, one guy was saying that he was throwing passes, and Shadur never lost his focus. He was throwing passes to the damn janitors, the team trainers. Could you imagine that? They tried to break his will, bro. And then on top of that, you throw him in the game against the Ravens. Against the Ravens with no first team reps, bro. And look how it's backfired on him. Like one of the guys said, look at God. I think with that, brother, I think I got all that emotion and passion out of me.
I learned a lot tonight.
Yes, sir.
I learned a lot.
Yeah,
and I have a friend of mine who's definitely going to want to hear. I told him about it, but he's going to have to rewind with the basketball history and talk.
Yeah.
He's going to be very impressed because he's a Knicks fan for life.
Who's that? Who's that?
My friend Angelo.
Oh, yeah, great.
Yeah. If you and him start talking, you know, he's a big Knicks fan from decades ago.
Oh,
I've known him since I was 6 years old.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
1969. I've known him that long.
Wow.
He's got 4 years on me, but I've known him that long. I mean, tight. You know, and
good.
I was texting him. He listened in it, but I didn't know how much he heard. But
yeah,
it was down in it. So I told him, listen, start from the beginning, because he'll love this talk. He'll love the history, your role and everything, you know.
Yeah.
He'll love it. I mean, I don't know much about basketball, but being around him, I know a little bit. I'm like, man, he's going to love this conversation. Just the same way he doesn't know much about bodybuilding like all the way, but he knows a lot about it from being through me back in the day when I was training.
Right. Wow.
You know, so he may call me up and say, listen, I got a guy at my job. He said this or said that. I'm saying, listen, tell him he's wrong. This is what it is, whatever. You know, so it's that proximity.
Yeah.
And I know he'll love
like
this.
A weight have gotten off my shoulders, man. And I believe my brother's gotten his just due. Because, again, nobody is going to tell our story like us.
Right. We have to tell it.
We have to tell it. And, you know, my older brothers, I've always looked up to them. They paved the way for me. I can't deny that. I told you, most of the cities I've lived in, even though they weren't there at the time I lived there, it was this energy or comfort I had knowing, and I've lived in every region in this country, knowing that they were there. But that's why to this day, I don't like the limelight. Because I always had to almost like cow down out of that limelight. And it's a weird feeling. You know, everybody wants to be heard. But I purposely, and then I realized when I started taking a hard look at what my two teammates was showing me, and I saw that picture of my brother Phil Jackson I had never seen before. I said, okay, One day I'm gonna
We
speak.
got-
And thank you, brother Lance, for being a vehicle for me to put this out there. I don't care nothing about no likes.
and I want to do another show strictly again when you speaking about your family and your circles and your involvement in basketball. There's a comment that you got to read.
Okay.
This is my dear friend. She's a big basketball fan. And
Now?
so, yeah, look, yeah. If you could read it, I'll read it out for you if you want.
Oh yeah, I see it. Credit with more because they give it all to yup. James Posey is your cousin? Hey, you know Eric then, huh? Eric died? Oh, you don't have no relation to Eric. I love Spellman Rockefeller. Okay. Oh, James Posey is your cousin? Okay. Well, tell him that you know Coach Nat Frazier's, who his dad, I knew Eric. I met Eric the summer when I went to Morgan, my freshman year. I was like 17. He was a tough guy. I don't know, Cleveland is tough, boy, but he ain't play no games. He tell you right now, this ain't high school. And don't be walking around here in Baltimore, you know where you going. You better be with somebody. And luckily, my best was a brother.
But I love to see these connections. You know, it's like 6 degrees of separation. How, you know.
And shout out to Coach Earl Davis, who's like, you know, a mentor to all of us, a football coach. His nephew, Bo Davis, me and him are like brothers. We lived together in the dorms in an apartment. We came in as freshmen. Outstanding talent. He could have been an NFL player as well or NBA player. But a lot of it's about politics too. And when you come from a HBCU, you got to be outstanding, like Marvin was. There was, I think, Leroy Kelly, who's a Hall of Famer, one of the top rushers in NFL history for the Cleveland Browns. He is a Morgan alumni. He played at Morgan. I know he's his jersey is retired or whatever, Hall of Fame, and Baltimore Hall of Fame. A guy I went to Morgan with, Elvis Franks. I think he died several years ago. Played for the Cleveland Browns. A few other guys, I can't think of their names right now, but yeah, I'm glad I got this off my shoulders today. And wherever my teammates that transition and my brothers looking down, I know they're happy today because the other thing too about Mark Jackson, man, is they took credit away from Mark Jackson for building that foundation of Warriors, man. I'm not gonna say they took credit, but he didn't get. Now Mark Jackson deserved to be a coach in the NBA right now. Okay, I don't care who don't like it. There's no reason why Mark Jackson with the basketball IQ, and you're talking about high IQ guys that he developed, Steph, Clay, and Draymond, high IQ guys. Mark Jackson, they'll tell you themselves. Steve Kerr, the fact that he played under one of the greatest coaches, Phil Jackson, and with the greatest player and some of the greatest players in NBA history, you know, of course, he took them to another level. But without that, she never met Eric. Oh, does James Posey talk about Eric? And then there was another guy she's from Cleveland. That's right. Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, Laura Spellman Rockefeller. Is that her name? Okay. So, yeah, I never met James Posey, but certainly I know Eric. Eric loved my brother too, because something happened when Eric was in, I ain't even talk about it, but my brother went after guys who were, you know, they weren't the blue chippers. He wanted like guys that had a certain toughness that could be coached, and that, you know, they was like, oh, this other guy named Tyrone Pryor. Ask her if she knows Tyrone Pryor. We used to call him Stone. 6'9", he would knock your head
Right.
off if you looked at him the wrong way. That's how they won that championship. The two teams they beat, I think Assumption State, Dave Twarsick, who's played in the NBA. Who's the other guy that Billy shut down that played in the NBA, point guard? I can't think of his name now. White guy, some good players. Yeah, they were scared of him. The thing is Tyrone Pryor, him and Eric, people were terrified of them. They would not go to the basket because of that. Even though Marvin was back there, they got in the most fights. Oh man, but they loved my brother because my brother took them out of that situation in Cleveland. And so yeah, wow, that's amazing. You never know who you know and who knows you,
Right.
unless you put it out there. And I know, I'm a kind of quiet person, but there are things that I've experienced that's worthy to be talked about.
Yeah, we need to have you do more on this topic. We have a show where people can call in and we all connect the dots.
Oh yeah, right.
Spelman
okay.
College was named after a Rockefeller.
Okay, I got you now, sis.
Yeah.
Well, kudos to you. The Posey family, great people. Like I said, I never met James, but I met Eric. I was 17 years old, and he was one of the ones. They always told us, "Look, this ain't no game. We're a black university. We got something to uphold. You got to come here, and you got to leave it all on the floor." And that's when, yeah, that's a fact. I have so much respect for Eric Posey. Even my brother told me, so don't be hanging out with some of the other guys that you met from, the team that played, because they were still around. They were still around in Baltimore.
Right.
A lot of guys, they settled down there.
You have so much history, man. We gotta.
Yeah.
I know. You're
I know some stuff about Joe.
but you say it's often.
I'm gonna tell you on one of the shows something that happened with me and Joe when I was living in Chicago. I think I told you about before, and I got in that trouble. And Joe came in the courtroom, and the judge forgot all about it. And everybody was getting his autograph. I think I told you about that. And they dismissed the case. And Joe, look, that was the only time I ever had any. Because first, when I called him, he said, "Is your daddy?" Because at that time, Bishop, he became blind in his later years. He said, "Is your daddy blind, minister?" I said, "Yeah, that's my father." He said, "Oh," he said, "You Natzal brother?" Because they didn't know me.
Right.
My father was 52. I don't know what they was doing that night. My mother was 48 when they had me. Mm-hmm. And so she said, he said, "Yeah." And I said, "Yeah, I'm Nat Frazier and Saul Frazier's little brother." He said, "Okay, I'm flying out there tonight." I was shocked. I was like, "Oh, okay." So I thought maybe he'd hire an attorney or whatever. So Joe walked in the courtroom, his little hat and his suit, and everybody. Because I was telling people, I ain't gonna go into detail, but I was telling people where I was at. I was like, "Bro, my brother, my cousin is a former heavyweight champ, and he's coming here, and these white folks ain't gonna be able to keep me here." And he was like, "Yeah, whatever, crazy, whatever." That same day, Joe took me out to the courtroom. He said, "You're afraid." He said, "I better not never hear you talking about caught up in no situation like this again. You don't need that." So God is your protector.
Right.
And he hugged me. I said, "You leaving?" He said, "Yeah." He turned his back and kept walking. That was the experience I had with him. But my older brother knew him. Yeah, he was. And see, the difference is the older generation that was a part of that Jim Crow era, there was something different about them.
Yeah.
They had seen, you know, they had a type of, I don't want to say stiffness. What's a good word? There's something hard about it.
Resiliency.
Huh?
Resiliency.
Resiliency. And they had a certain type of dignity that they knew that you had to uphold. That
Right.
was something that, yeah, you would feel that it was always like they were embarrassed or ashamed. And so I'm gonna end with this. The night my brother Nat was talking about, I hadn't seen him in like 5 years. The last time I went to Baltimore to see the kids, I hadn't seen him, and I just got home, and my phone rings, FaceTime, and I looked at the his 410 number. I was like, oh, that's somebody from Baltimore, and then the name flash up, and I see it's my nephew, and then the scene come, and there's Nate laying in the hospital bed with these things around him. He's like 84. My brother was always in good shape or whatever. And I kind of sat back. I wasn't expecting it. And so my nephew, I ain't gonna call his name because you still got people out here that's kind of, I don't know, for whatever reason, want to bring pain to you and your family. But he said, he said, Uncle Neil, he said, Coach, want to talk to you. So he took whatever it was on his face off, and he said, I know I was hard on you. And yeah, give me a minute here. So he said, let me get myself together here. He said, but I'm very proud of you. And, whew. And I'm not even an emotional person. I can't even remember the last time I felt tears or anything. But wow. Give me a minute here, family. I didn't expect this. Okay, so anyway, so he said, I'm very proud of you. So you graduated from Morgan. He said at one time, I was a little concerned the direction you was going in. And but I knew type of guys, you know, my teammates, if you stuck around them, you'd be okay. Because I only saw my brother at practice. We would go, he treated me just like everybody else. I would go to his home in Columbia, where whatever, you know, it's a holiday and all he did was make us, before we could watch any sports, we had to do our homework or whatever, essays or whatever we had to do. And so he said, I want you to always remember something. He said, the world is never going to give you anything. He said, and I know that you're going to be penalized for who you are. Man, this is tough. And boy, he was right.
Yeah.
He was right. That was a tough burden to carry. But
wow,
it made me a stronger person, you know. And like everybody else, I made mistakes I regret in life, but at my core, and I had the same emotion I had when he was telling me this, because, you know, my brother had never even said to me he was proud of me. You know. And so he said, whatever you do, always check on them to the kids and always make sure, because I've always physically lived away from my family for a long time. I mean,
right.
any decade. That's just the way I am. I've always. And so wherever I go, I meet people that I become close, because I don't need a whole bunch of people in my life. But there's always 3 or 4 people I meet wherever I live in any city that become like family to me. It's like a spiritual family. You guys, right?
Right.
And so finally he said, I can't say my nephew's name on here. He said,
right.
sure, and see, and then he started talking about some of it. He was like, make sure you stay in touch with Chet, which I did for a while.
Mhm.
I'm still not when they stole my first Facebook channel. I lost a lot of that information, and he said, make sure you stay uh, in touch with Coach Davis. And he ran off a few things, and he said, finally, he said, don't ever forget where you come from and who you are. He said, the world's not going to give you anything, but you have to remember your legacy. And then his eyes closed, and my nephew said, Uncle Neil, I'll talk to you again. Can you please call tomorrow? I hung up the phone. And boy,
Wow.
that was the only time in my life like I cried like a baby.
Right. I understand. Wow.
Yeah, that was, boy. Even now, thinking about it, I guess I was in a fetal position. I don't even remember. Yeah, so that's why I honor him today. I honor them because our people sacrifice so much.
Exactly.
This is why I get angry when I hear these coons and coonesses on here slamming our people. No, they weren't, some of them couldn't read or write. When I get off the hill, I'm going to listen to the slave narrative. That's just, because see, I'm always aware of reality. I live in reality and truth, like you, brother, and the family. I don't fool myself about, and my best teachers are right here, the same ones that couldn't read or write. But they speak from the heart, and they tell you exactly what they had to endure. It's hard to listen to sometimes, but I do it at least twice a week. And today, Mondays, I do it on Mondays and I do it on Fridays.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what keeps me going. All right, my brother Lance. Well, I think I'm
Thank you so much, man. I can't thank you enough for sharing these touching moments and the history in your life and basketball and family and the heartfelt things to open up to share with us. It really means a lot. And
yeah.
I still want more. I want you not just about basketball, but your everything, and just let's do a show just to pour it all out for the world so they can hear it.
Okay,
you know,
that'd be great.
Something super. I'm telling you, I'm serious about that. I enjoyed myself.
Okay.
And I'm a guy who can't play basketball, don't know much about it, but the emotion, and I can see the parallels from things that I follow, and I appreciate that. And my friend Angelo, I'm naming by name, watching it through him, you know, and rightly so, who's here, and everybody else who's here, you know, it means a lot to me to showcase it and just to sit back and let you talk and say and let it flow. You know, because now I feel connected more so. It means a lot to me. I love that.
Yeah. So peace and love to you, brother. Keep on holding on to the belts, which I know you will. I'll probably see you in about an hour.
You might.
Less than that.
I got my fist cocked. I'm ready.
I see you on there, boy. So greetings to all the family.
Yes.
Ed Guns, Queen Diane, Strawberry 32, Landon Price, all you guys. I see you, and keep moving forward, man. And hey, you guys are with the greatest. I would say, and I'm not just saying this. I'm saying this because this is something I know. When you are attached to someone like Lance, you can't go wrong. All you got to do is make sure you stay plugged in.
Thank you so much.
There are going to be people that are going to try to turn you away from the truth, but stay anchored in it. And thank you guys, because this fuels me for the week. I know what I got to go out here and do, and I'm going to get that done. So peace and love to you, brother Lance.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'll talk to you again soon. And whenever, we want to do that, we can do it.
Whenever. ASAP, okay. I'm ready, brother. Thank you so much.
Okay, take care.
Take care, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's all I can say is wow. It's shows like this where we pour our hearts out and dig deep, because who's gonna tell this story? As real as it is, it's for him to do so. And this is why I like shows like this. I just don't want to do the sensationalism and just dropping the tea and on these fake celebrities, but real people, heartfelt, real history. And like I said before, if you have anybody who, especially going up in years, let's hook them up. You know what I mean? Because once they go, we won't be able to get their stories and drop the names and local places and families, and look at the connection between Brother Neil, and rightly so, and the overlap, and just what everybody here knows. And somebody's going to hear this and make a comment or want to reach out. That's how we're supposed to use social media. All this antagonistic thing and smearing people and groups and all this stuff. I can defend myself and get down with the best of them, but I would rather have something that it's like nutrition for the soul. You go to sleep after this, you rest, you say, man, listen to what he said, and you play it over in your head again. You're like, wow, that was good. Good stuff. I remember a time, especially in the Black community, many decades ago, where when you were invited to somebody's home, you might have been a stranger, you might have went with a friend who they were mutual friends and you didn't know these people, but they were so warm to you and made you feel at home that by the time you left, you felt like you were family. What happened to us with that? Now, many of us in the present day, we see a sister or brother and we're looking for reasons to find some way of not being connected. I like to find the common denominator. And I know there's some people who just won't see it that way. I'm not trying to save the world, but for those who want that good down home connection, no matter what state you came from, no matter what part of the country you came from, that's how we're supposed to use it. And at this junction point in my life, yeah, we're going to have some fun and say some crazy things. I'm crazy. I'm a comedian. But it's these type of shows that I miss. And when my other channel, my original channel, the one that had almost 6,000 videos, was taken away and hijacked by YouTube, I know within myself, I keep on going. You're not stopping me. But what did hurt was the fact there were some heartfelt stories like that, right? In different levels. But people had poured out their soul. And the one story that I wish I can bring back was of the gentleman who, he was an older Black man, probably near 70, like me. But he didn't know who this issue was in with a family member or somebody, organ theft or something, right? But in the show, he brought up the fact that there was a misunderstanding with his family and how hurt he was and how he was smeared by a family member who didn't like him, right? And he came clean with the truth, but it wasn't something that he did. And he was saying, still, I miss you. And he named names. He took time. I let him take time. He named about 8 people in his family by name and how it hurt him, how he couldn't show them the love because of the lies that were put out on his name. And this is what made me, I actually cried. Not during that show. I felt for him. But what made me cry was when all of those family members that had disowned him because of a lie, they all got around the phone, called me up, and passed the phone around and thanked me. They thanked me for just the platform. So I'm not taking no credit. This is between y'all, but they heard what he had to say. And they had called me maybe about 3 years after that particular show. And wouldn't you believe that he died right after that show? But if it wasn't for the show, they wouldn't have heard the truth of what he had to say. And he was being smeared because they said that he did something inappropriate with a family member, a young family, and it wasn't the truth. And he said how that hurt him so much, and they didn't want to hear his side of the story. And they felt so bad that they heard the show on the timeline. I'm trying to figure out. They heard the show after he died. They didn't know me. A friend of theirs was scrolling YouTube, got on, said, hey, wait a second, I know this guy's voice, talking about the man. And he kept listening. And when he started to bring up the family members and mention them by name and said little stories between him and each one, little family jokes, inside jokes, and how he missed that so much. He died, and then they heard that after. Couldn't bug him, sorry. And that one touched me. I laid up in the bed and I was like, oh man. You know what I mean? I'm not taking credit for that. All I'm saying is this is how we have to use the internet, because you just don't know. More so than any show that I've done is the amount of people who may have called me just to shed a tear, or they might thank me, but I'm just a conduit for what somebody else said that was on the show. There's a lot that goes on. So this is why I love doing it. Again, if I'm not looking for any notoriety, if people have a problem that my face is out there or whatever, hey, I can hide my face, but to do the connections and make people feel a certain way, I'm getting older. My time is coming. But this is what I like doing and motivating, and I'm fiery. I'm still fiery. I seem more laid back. I got a lot going on in the house here, so a lot of times schedule-wise, I can only throw a little short something up here and there, pre-recorded or whatever, but I'm going back to the old days of shows like this. Because like I told Brother Neil, take your time. I'm in no rush. Take your time and let it all hang out. If I had rushed him, he wouldn't get to the point toward the end where he really opened up with the touching thing. And that energy goes out to the universe, and people see this and it affects them. You see what I mean? Yes. I feel the same way too, Sister Diane, you know, for him, for spending so much of his valuable time and, you know, all of that good stuff. So I'm not going to mess up and keep rambling. I'm going to work on something. It's 12:03 right now. I'm going to stay up enough to get this next one up. And I may push it back some. I might be sleeping when it comes out. So if you're in the chat room and I don't say anything, it's because you know, I'm already sleeping or something like that, right? But I'll show you all the banner again. I had to put that up there like that. You know, slave auction, sports, the whip. It was easy time to you know, come up with that visual. I can kind of translate things kind of good that way. But anyway, let me get to work and do some more stuff. I have it in my heart to, you know, work on this. I just have to work on a banner, edit some things, upload it, and then we're back on track with some more content, heart-to-heart conversation on a particular topic. But that being said, Much love to you all. Always thanks for your business. More so than me and Neil being on, y'all hung in there. So I love that. But if it wasn't good what he was saying, folks wouldn't be here, you see? So I really appreciate you for that. You see what I mean? So that being said, let me run and you'll see me shortly again. Much love.
I'm trying to do more for the soul, way less for the bread. Yes, sir. I take pack to the lung, kill the stress to the head. I see the things that they do way less than they say. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war.